And we may also welcome the Honorable Chief Guest onto the stage, Miss L. Scholar Robson. Please, ma'am, come on to the stage. And also Mr. Hanwant Singh Rathor. Please, sir, welcome you onto the stage too. And also Dr. Shahu, please welcome you onto the stage, sir. Dr. Arthabandhu Shahu, please, sir, welcome onto the stage. And also, please have your seats on the stage. And I'm pleasure to welcome Miss Dr. Shailaja Mehna onto the stage. Please, ma'am, welcome onto the stage. And also our beloved Rosamma Thomas, please welcome onto the stage. And also I'm pleasure to welcome Mr. Dr. Manoj Mishra onto the stage. Dr. Manoj Mishra.
We need one more chair, I think.
Okay. எண்ணிய முடித்தல் வேண்டும், நல்லவே எண்ணல் வேண்டும், திண்ணிய நெஞ்சம் வேண்டும், தெளிவு நல்லறிவு வேண்டும். அனைவருக்கும் காலை வணக்கம். It's being a big pleasure for me to welcome for this program. And thanks for everyone who's on the dais for spending their valuable time to come here, all over from there. And first I would like to welcome Ilasa Rolofson ma'am, who had spent almost 30 years of lifetime for Camel life. And she is the UN ambassador for Camel also. We are extremely happy to welcome here. It's like her lifetime achievement is towards Camel life. And then Mr. Hanwant Singh Rathor sir, he's from Rajasthan, and Rolofson ma'am and Hanwant Singh sir, both of them, they have started the first camel milk dairy in India, Camel Charisma, which they are doing it as per the natural tradition way of rearing the camel. So I welcome you, sir. And off the stage, Mr. Dr. R.P. Agarwal, who is the ex-principal of S.P. Patel Medical College from Bikaner. He is also joining us in the online for us. Even though we miss offline, he is there in the online for us, and I welcome him. And Mr. Manoj Mishra, sir, who had done a lot of work as a part of Shakjeevan in Gujarat. With his effort and support only, we could able to get our camel successfully here. And Miss Rosamma Thomas, who is the freelancer from Times of India. Previously, she worked previously in Times of India as a freelancer. Now he is collecting a lot of information about the camel milk and its benefit. And we are happy to welcome you, ma'am. And next, Mr. Arvindo Sahu, sir, Director of NRCC. NRCC is the National Research Center for Camel, which is there in Bikaner. They are doing a lot of work towards camel breeding, camel promotion, camel health, so many things. It's a central government organization which comes under ICAR, Indian Council of Agriculture and Research. It's a part of it. It's a very big area where they have more than 350 to 400 camels they have in their campus, and they do a lot of research and development work with the camel. They are the main pivot agency for the camel promotion in India as a part of central government organization. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for spending your time here. Mr. Savalji also and Mr. Prakashji also. And ma'am, Sailaja ma'am, I have a lot of good things to say more about this one. Now she is doing her PhD in the camel milk. Not only the camel milk, many things she is studying now, specifically about the camel milk. And one more thing about to say about her is, she has started the first India's mother's milk dairy in India, first in Pune. So really that's a very big achievement that was done by her. So we are pleased to have every one of you here, and I once again welcome you for this one. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for your warm gesture. And may I call upon Mr. Dr. A. Shahu, for Director of NRCC, to deliver his speech. All right, so may I call all the chief guests onto the stage to lighten the lamp. So I'll call upon everybody to just lighten the lamp here with your warm smile and great heart. Yes, and here the first light shines up with whole brightness. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Please be comfortable on your seats. And yes, here may I call Dr. A. Shahu to deliver a speech on this.
I think we should sit there.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is a very nice occasion that camel has reached to southern India. So a big applause to Mr. Manikandan and his family, the hero and heroine of Sangamithra, their two children, and his wife, and I think the whole family is indebted to that. This is a very kind gesture for me to speak on this stage that yes, camel has reached to southern India. So in this important functions, Madam Rolifson, Madam Selja, Madam Hanumanji, my friend Dr. Saval, Dr. Ved Prakash, Manojji, and so many delegates, and on the online, Dr. R.K. Agrawal, who is pioneer in diabetes therapy, particularly camel milk in diabetic therapy, in association with NRC Camel. He started the work. So I just give a brief, actually, how you will see camel and how we could expand camel's utility throughout India, particularly now in southern India, as it is initiated by Mr. Manikandan. Similarly, there is another fellow from Hyderabad. He could not come in this occasion. So with this just preliminary view I will give you, that is, please next slide. So in this, next slide please. So this is just a brief, because many in southern India may not be knowing what is the status of camel. So I just wanted to show you the status of camel. If you see the population, definitely the Bikaneri, Jaisalmeri, these are all the breeds. And in total, this is the percent population. And but the unfortunate thing is now the population is declining in India. But on the other hand, on the other side, the population is stable in Asia and increasing in Africa. So the declining is so fast that it is really you can say a headache for all the camel rearers and the camel, you can say progressive farmers, you can say, and as a director of National Research Center on Camel, for me also, how to resist the population decline. So that way, the Rajasthan is having the maximum population that is more than 2 lakh out of 2.5 lakh presently. And it is showing the maximum decline 35%. Then the Gujarat, it is showing the minimum decline that is 9%. So I want to discuss at this point that why the population decline is 35% in Rajasthan and why it is 9% in Gujarat. Means you can just analyze yourself that Gujarat is liberal in exporting camel. Means people can get camel from Gujarat state, but people cannot get it from Rajasthan state. Unless a trade is open, the population, if people cannot sell, because we are rearing animal for our benefit. And if we will rear more and more, if it will profit you more and more. So in that way, Rajasthan, there is restriction, particularly after 2015 law. There is restriction in camel trading. So camel is not being sold in a reasonable price, which was earlier nearly 50,000. Now it has come down to 5,000. So this is the precarious situation. So for that reason, I just elaborated here. And another picture at the same time, that is a good sign, you can say, the milch animal population is relatively stable. If you compare the camel population, particularly with respect to male and female, there is increase in percent milk animals, male and female. I would say the male population is declining faster compared to the female population. It means people are selective for female and getting more utility of female because of milk. So that way, the FAO figure also shows that the milk animals, camel milk animal is increasing. Percentage is increasing. Similarly, the milk yield is also increasing from 168 to 180. So that is a good sign. And amongst all the breeds, it has been proved that the Kachi of Gujarat is giving the maximum milk, that is more than 5 liters. Then comes Jaisalmeri, Mewari, your Bikaneri, the highest population which is having. So the NRC camel is having a greater focus to improve upon milk production in Bikaneri so that highest quantity of milk can be available to the for human consumption. Next. So this is, I already told that yes, the price is declining. This is published in, that is Outlook magazine, and also in that the population, and not only the population, if they see the trend of pricing is declining. So pricing is declining means sale of camel in 1900 it is 2015 down to 813 at Pushkar Mela. And price, as I told, 25,000 to 3,500. So this is a precarious situation. Next, please. Then this is the declining economic returns. This is a picture of NRCC where we used to go for auction of animal so that people who are interested, they can take the animals for their rearing purposes. And also we try to distribute animal for better animal for breeding. So in that way, you see the auction, how it is come down from 25,000 to again 3,500. Next. Then the focus, since we have deviating now, we are not living, certainly we are deviating. That is, the sheep of the desert is now becoming another useful animal, the storehouse of medicine, we can say. So storehouse of medicine means it contains all secretions it has, like starting from blood, milk, urine. So all the secretion has some usefulness. Here we will be concentrating on milk. And in this, you see the concentration of all the constituents compared to all other species. Here, the concern of us, that is immunoglobulins and polyunsaturated fatty acids, which is of human health concerns. These are higher in camel milk compared to in all other species. And definitely the fat is less compared to all other species. The highest is definitely buffalo and sheep, then cattle, then your goat. Now coming camel is even less than that. So the digestibility issue is not a problem, particularly with camel milk. Even if you left camel milk, if you left milk, human milk, then you are starting someday, then there is some stomach upset problem. But camel milk is such a milk, such a useful milk, it will not create any digestive upset. So that is another phenomena why camel milk is less hypoallergic. So hypoallergic means it will not create any stomach upset or any allergic reactions in the GI tract, so that particularly dengue-like fever where GI tract is damaged, in diarrhea where people stopped eating, and they can also take camel milk for their nutrition. Next, please. So there is some misconception about particularly camel milk, that if you keep camel milk for some hours, then it will spoil. It is not like that. Actually, the property inside camel milk with respect to antioxidants, the more in PUFA, but rich in also vitamin E and vitamin C, so that act as antioxidant. So it doesn't allow camel milk to spoil. And it also has lactoferrin concentration, which doesn't allow any microbes to grow so easily. So that way, camel milk is relatively stable compared to all other milks. If you can keep, say, cow milk open after milking, you can keep it for 4 hours, but camel milk, you can keep it for 8 hours. So that is, but there is a misconception. The misconception arises from one simple fact. That is, cow milk, you used to, after getting cow milk, we used to boil. But camel milk is used as a medicine. So when medicine, we should not boil. And people are taking just raw milk. So raw milk, it tastes somewhat, the fresh milk, when you are just milking, it will taste some better. Then after some hours, the taste is somewhat down. So that way people are telling. So if you keep fresh camel milk 24 hours in refrigerator condition, 4-degree temperature, still you will get a good taste next. But more than 24 hours, it is imparting some smell. So that way, we can go for pasteurization, the process which prevents any microbial fermentation. Next, please. So our focus should be camel milk, to project camel milk as pharma milk. So as I told, the camel is the storehouse of medicine. So storehouse of medicine means there are many things, but definitely the milk which is coming from camel, that can be used as that has much of therapeutic value. So for any treatment, we can use it as an adjuvant. That is nutritional adjuvant. We can say it nutraceuticals, or we can say pharmaceuticals. So you can name it as pharma milk. So that way, the message should be large and sound, that camel milk for taste purpose you can drink, but it should not be used as a general purpose milk, because for general purpose you have other animals. So camel milk should be used as a medicine purpose, that is as a pharma milk. You are taking medicine, so you are taking little camel milk. You take 250 ml, 1 glass of milk, that will be enough. So that way, we can project camel milk as pharma milk. And the properties already I have, and here, the one data actually, Dr. Agrawal will speak about diabetes, so I just not concentrating on that part, but definitely some experiments the NRC Camel has done with Dr. Agrawal. He will be elaborating that. And this is one experiment we did with Baba Farid Center for Special Children, Faridkot, Punjab. Where there are 108 children, you can see total. So the pre-treatment score, it was 85, then post-treatment score 59, then improvement is 25.76. So the percent improvement is 30% improvement. So when we go for different aspects of, particularly when autistic children, the behavioral angle is the man, then particularly definitely how it is adapting to speech therapy, how it is adapting to daily routine activity in his life. So those scores are being compared in these 108 children, and all 108 children, they showed improvement, 30% improvement. This is a very big thing. You are giving medicines. Compared to that, the camel milk consuming children, they showed another 30% improvement. So it is not a small thing. So that way, the autistic children, it is a boon for them. You can say this is the definite a alternate mother to those children who are autistic. Next, please. Next. Then why it has those medicinal properties? So then composition I showed. Then another area which is actually why people are going for fresh camel milk. This is one. You can go for colostrum, or you can go for say fresh camel milk. Then another way, how to keep camel milk for some periods. So you have to go for some product making. So the best product making is if it is hydrolyzed through your intake, so that it's through your enzymes, peptic enzymes or any enzyme treatment, if it is hydrolyzed, the protein component of camel milk is getting hydrolyzed to peptides. So similarly, if you can ferment, again it will broken into some peptides. Those peptides are considered as bioactive peptides, and they are having the bioactive effects with respect to many diseases, as I listed earlier, that is TB, the diabetes, blood pressure, any GI tract diseases, then definitely some arthritis also. Besides that, it is also having some role in all sorts of respiratory diseases, including TB. And I must say here that even it can be an useful nutritional adjuvant for corona, COVID-19, which is a pandemic in this country. Similarly, I explained about dengue. Dengue is a case where the GI tract is getting damaged when the platelet counts come down to 40,000. So when less than 40,000, there is a risk of life. So at that stage, the persons who is suffering from dengue, there is nothing to consume. There is nothing to take because there is fever. It will leave many foods, means it will not take any food. So and cow milk is contraindicated because of allergy. But camel milk is there, which is having less allergy. You must be knowing that goat milk is being given for dengue patients. And the principal reason behind goat milk consumption is it has smaller fat globules, more digestible, and whatever it is, in other words, we used to say goat is our an alternate mother. So camel is a definite alternate mother compared to goat milk. If you compare the fat percent, there 3.5, here is 2.8, and the fat globule size is similar between camel and goat. So this is another advantage. Besides, in dengue, there is dehydration because of diarrhea and others, or vomiting, etc. So it has a very good salt concentration. So that electrolyte balance it maintains. So that way, for dengue also, we can think of using camel milk. Then the other components, that is, as I told, lactoferrin. So what is that lactoferrin? How it actually able to control many means act against many diseases. So it has the principal function of lactoferrin is two molecules of iron can bound to lactoferrin in camel, not in other animals. So that way, the iron transport mechanism or iron utilization mechanism will be faster. So what will do it? So in that way, the blood functionality or the blood synthesis, as I told in dengue, there is platelet count is down. So if you give camel milk, then the iron utilization will be better, the hemoglobin synthesis, platelet synthesis will be better. That way, the recovery may be better. So it has antimicrobial effects, immunomodulatory effect, antioxidant effect, anti-cancer effect, antiviral effects, and so in adjuvant therapy, many metabolic diseases. And what is this that it actually impart? So lactoferrin in camel milk is, you see, the concentration is higher than in cow, goats, and other animals. So that is the one advantage why we are concentrating on camel lactoferrin, which is superior compared to other animals. Then the antioxidant activity, this is one study we did where the antioxidant activity of before fermentation, as I told, after fermentation it will release bioactive peptides. So bioactive peptides and antioxidant activity is also enhanced. You see the figures, before fermentation it is 0.04, it became 0.54, 50 means nearly 10 times, 11 times. So similarly, Jaisalmeri, you see, Mevari, in all species you try to analyze, and there is 11 to 12 times increase in antioxidant activity. And antioxidant activity increase means it will actually remove all sorts of stress due to diseases and others, whatever stress it occurs to animals or human beings. Then another area that is ACE inhibitory activities. ACE inhibitory activities due to release of bioactive peptides, the ACE acetylcholinesterase, that inhibitory activity of camel casein and beta casein were enhanced. So that way, it actually reduced the allergic response or inflammatory response. So any inflammation, it actually consumes the energy of the body, and there is high fever or so. It regulates that. Then there are some other important components in camel milk, particularly with respect to lysozyme, lactoperoxidase, peptidoglycan, immunoproteins, and all those components, they are giving enhanced effect compared to all other milk which is from, say, cattle, buffalo, sheep, goat, whatever. Next, please. So this is just to say that suppose, as I told, if we boil camel milk, its medicinal property gets down. So the best process of using camel milk is either we are telling you take fresh camel milk which is clean, or you can ferment it, or you can process it in a freezing conditions. So freezing conditions processing, it needs, say, what type of products we can make out of freezing condition, chilling condition processing. So cheese making is best. So after cheese, there is whey. That whey protein is one of the concentrate which is of high biological value. Then it has, you see, the same camel whey peptides, it has anti-inflammatory effect, anti-proliferative effect. So it will not allow any proliferation of outside antigens or outside microorganisms to invade the system. Next, please. Next. So this is, as a means whole, I just give you a picture that camel whey protein, how important it is. So for any medicine purposes, if you ferment and get the whey, or if you make cheese, get the whey. If you can go for preparing like jokut, you are 10 ml jokut, you are paying for 30 rupees or so. Here, camel milk will be a better alternative compared to all others, whatever jokut is available in the market. So the fermented camel milk, it will give you bioactive peptides and immunoproteins. Similarly, the whey protein concentrates, this is another which we used to add, particularly in baby's powder, milk powders, whey protein concentrates. So camel milk whey protein concentrates, if you can add, it contains all other things as I told. Say iron is more, the zinc component is, manganese component is more, which is essential for metabolism. And what is that? The lactoferrin activity is there. So all of those things will be imparted in that whey protein concentrate. So the child's growth will be better if you add whey protein concentrate of camel milk. Next, please. This is a picture I just wanted to show you that yes, there is, we can develop camel as a dairy animal, camel dairy. So there is promise. You see, I earlier showed in a graphic presentation here, you see the figures. These are not only a small number of animals, you can see in a lactation average of say 375 days, we can get nearly 1,500 liters of milk. In this animal, people will ask why not 300 days lactation? Because camel is having a pregnancy of 13 months. So if you start in a breeding season, and they are actually seasonal breeder. So if you start in a season, then you are having only 4 months window to breed. So 4 months window, if you skip, then you are waiting for another 1 year. That way, camel means we are not able to follow that 300 cycles, particularly in cattle, whatever we are following. But in camel, we can, this is an average I showed you, but if we can restrict to say 1 year, then definitely the average will go beyond. And in Kutchi, the lactation period is 400, more than 400 days, and it is giving 1800 milk. And another important thing in this is, you see, the highest in Kutchi, that is per animal highest is 6.19, more than 6 kg and 375 days. So it will give you more than 2000 kg. There is possibility. And you'll be surprised that many camels, there are some particular animal which can give even 15 liters, peak yield, 15 liters a day. So if you can maintain 8 liters, and that is a possibility. This is the challenge. So NRC is now from 4 liters to 5 liters. This is first step, then 5 to 6. That way we can increase the milk production and we can project camel-age dry breeds. And if it can be priced accordingly, then definitely the people who are rearing camel, they can also keep for as dairy purposes. This is a comparison, just I wanted to show why it is, we can sustain camel milk production. In Sahiwal, this is the known milk animal of this country. There is after peak yields, there is a drastic decline. But in camel, you see, after peak, there is a constancy for a period. So that constancy, it means camel utilizes its own body reserves or utilizes its nutritional profile in a better manner compared to cow so that it can sustain a longer lactational phase. So that is one important factor which one can think of. Yes, I can get camel milk for 400 days. Next. This is camel, the new cash cow. Particularly in Arab countries, Saudi Arabia, this is the slogan, camel the new cash cow, because there the camel milk is being sold 3 times than the cow milk in the market. So that way, and at the same time, it is also giving some therapeutic value. Next. And what not we can prepare from camel milk? We can prepare many things. So for a liking, as Mr. Manikandan is propagating here and encouraging people to take 1 cup of camel milk. Similarly, you can give camel milk tea, you can give camel milk coffee, you can give gulab jamun, but these are all hot process. So better to avoid hot process if you want to improve, if you want to extract the medicinal value of camel milk. But for test purpose, this is a unique test. So that unique test, that also marketed, that also can be marketed. And that marketing will also fetch money for the rearer and who will go for, say, peri-urban dairy or that is urban dairy. Or similarly, at Coimbatore or Hyderabad and metros, they can go for small dairy. Next. Then this is a big concern, the status of milk marketing in India. The concern is definitely when we will transport camel, and now the biggest advantage is transportation. There is chilling vehicle available, so you can transport camel milk in a chilled condition. Karisma, it is also transporting in many places, not only Karisma, Urmul, they are also transported, Gujarat, Sajivan, they are also. So milk can be transported in chilling conditions, that is one. But milk needs to be converted to powder so that the transportation cost will be 1/10, because it is 10% solid, total solid. So if you make it powder through freeze drying, it maintaining its quality, and the bioactive property, medicinal property, then that powder can be transported in chilling conditions. That is another way. So in that way, You see, there is a sale of camel milk that is from 50 liter to now it increased to 1,000 liter. Now also it is increased to more than that in Rajasthan. And in Gujarat, there are people who are coming. Now in Rajasthan, Modi Dairy is coming. There Amul is taking. So Urmul is taking up. That way, there is a possibility of milk marketing. But we need to follow a model where how milk will be collected, processed, packaged, and transported. So those one model should be developed, and people are there. I think Manoj will agree with me that yes, there is a possibility that we can develop a model where the milk can be collected from the source, transported across the country, not only to Rajasthan and Gujarat. Next. And this is just to present before you that how much demand is there for camel milk. This is one case I am highlighting here, that is diabetes. And if we give a glass of milk to diabetic patients, and then now India is we can say, diabetic country, it is a very big word, but definitely the persons suffering from diabetes is increasing day by day in India. And this is limited data, not limited data, this is a data which is less than the present population of diabetic in India. But this population needs 900 times camel milk if you give one glass only. The experiment with Dr. Agrawal, whatever we did, that is 500 ml camel milk, 250 ml morning, 250 ml afternoon. But only 250 ml, half of that if you give, that is 900 times. If you give 500, then it will be 1800 times. So 1000 times requirement is there. So this is to show that there is a big market is there. Only thing is we need to make a channel. Next, please. So the entrepreneurial aspects of camel milk. Here just I enlisted some of the area. Then I will show you there are nearly 50 avenues for job. And here prospects relates both to production and its movement to metro cities through cold chain. Then to meet customer demand and monitor milk price and its quality, there is need to develop cold chain facilities, which are good entrepreneurial prospects for its expansion. Now, establishing the processing unit nearby, the pooled collection unit, and infuse into the marketing chain with proper pricing and marketing. Then definitely now, Government of India is pushing for FPO and others. So FPO and products, manufacturing, packaging, transportation, marketing. Then we can go for e-marketing also, like Amazon or any other things. Then quality control to ensure better quality and check adulteration. This will be a point where everybody will question, is it camel milk? So that way we should be ready that yes, it is camel milk. Awareness on pharmaceutical value of camel milk, it has to be spread throughout India or throughout the world. Next, please. Then this is one just economics. We with Dr. Sawal and others, we try to just putting before the progressive camel rearers that if we rear one male and 10 female, then there is a possibility that two people can be get job in this venture, and there is a profit. You see, per animal, nearly from fourth year onwards, nearly 20,000. So that is per animal. If you are getting 20,000, means for 10 animals you will be getting 2 lakh. So that way, this will also give you a perspectives that yes, if you market camel milk properly with a proper pricing whatever is today is still less. And if it can be priced, say, nearly 100 rupees, 3 times, as in Arab countries, 3 times the cow milk. Here also 3 times. Why it is 3 times? That also I will show you. Camel size is 2 times the cow size. So it will take 2 times the cow, what cow takes. And camel, so 2 times means, and the efficiency of milk production. Camel gives less milk compared to cow, which means it cannot compete with cow. So that way it is again half. So half, they are also 2. So nearly 4 times. Let us conservatively, you can say, if it can be marketed 3 times the rate of cow milk, then there is a possibility that the rearer, camel rearer for dairy camel, they will get some profit. Next, please. So these are some of the job avenues, as I told. There are many areas. I listed here 44, but means the list is many. Now, Manikandan is an example how camel can be marketed, means milk can be marketed, or camel as a utility animal can be marketed in cities like Coimbatore. So here, camel rearing, supply of camel germplasm. Suppose somebody is having kachi germplasm or somebody is having an animal which is giving peak yield, say 15 kg, then he can rear and sell the female for, or male for breeding, female for lactation. This is one area of job avenues. And camel dairy, that is for milk production, those we will be keeping for milk production. Then collection, this is another area, because as we are emphasizing that it should be collected fresh. So a distance of say 50-kilometer radius, where one can come over a bike and put the milk in the collection center in 1 or 2 hours time, as Camel Charisma is doing it Sadri. So they are having a group, they will explain that. But 50-kilometer distance is a reasonable distance. So in 1 or 2 hours, one can get the camel milk and come to the collection center. So putting a collection center is also a business. Then processing, packaging, first, then where we can go for pasteurization, then after packaging, or we can go for chilling bottles where we can transport the chilled milk. Then camel meat transportation, this is another avenue. Supply and marketing after transportation from one area to other. Suppose from Rajasthan to it is transported to say Bangalore city, then from Bangalore to the needy farmers it can be supplied and marketed, either through e-marketing or through the ventures, whatever we will try. So online marketing, milk product and processing, this is one. Camel milk powder processing. Then camel ecotourism. This is what Manikandan is actually emphasizing here. And camel ecotourism, Hajj money. Why camel is profitable in Saudi Arabia? Because of camel in ecotourism. You can put camel into race. So you must be knowing that people are earning in horse race. Why not camel race? Similarly, camel sports, camel dance, all other activities. So the list is many. Then definitely there is camel urine, camel dung, camel hair, camel fiber. So there are many things. So in all angles, the job avenues is there. And next, please. इससे पहले थोड़ा सा, इससे आगे जा रहा हो. Previous, I told you there are 44 I listed, and you can also list many. And so opportunities are many. There is job avenues at each and every steps. Only thing is we have to think of how to cash in the job and how to get profit out of those jobs. Next. This is a camel dairy where camel is milked through machines. So this can be developed. We developed at NRC Camel also, where a semi-automatic system of milk collection is we established. And next, please. Then this is the only animal which you can say Jai Jawan, Jai Kisan, and Jai Vigyan. Jai Vigyan is definitely the camel milk and urine and others. And we can project camel as a multi-utility animal, not only a sheep of the desert or a dairy animal or others. We can project camel as a multi-utility animal. The multi-utility is many. And camel in bioscience, this is another area. Camel in bioscience means that the blood part I forgot to mention. Camel serum is having a unique immunoglobulin properties. It has no light chain. So no light chains, yeah, so it is 1/10 size of the human immunoglobulins. So it can pass through many barriers. So for that, we used to say nanobodies. So we can target nanomedicines here. And NRCC also worked on that the antimicrobial resistance, which is a bigger problem now in India, the resistant antimicrobials can be targeted when we use camel serum or camel nanobodies as a vehicle for targeting the system. So that way also there is one possibility. And camel serum in antivenom production, this is another, where also like say now for corona vaccine, we are importing horse serum, pig serum, some others. But camel serum may be more useful. So that way, the medicinal value of camel serum, camel urine, camel milk, it has many. Next. So finally, I must say, drink camel milk and save the camel. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for that wonderful presentation. So following up, may I call the ever-charming Dr. L. Stroffelson, German vegetarian and co-founder of Camel Charisma, to deliver her presentation. Yes, and following up with that, we have our very own Dr. R.K. Agarwal, sir, waiting online to deliver his presentation. So shall we have him on screen?
Can you get my voice properly through? Okay, okay, okay. Thank you. Thank you very much for presentation. Slides on that. वेट करना है पिंटो का Hello? Eh, I started my talk now. Should I continue? Okay. So after 3 months supplementation of camel milk, there is a good glycemic control. HbA1c, that is a marker of glycemic control, is reduced from 9.5 to 7, with reduction in the dosage of insulin from 41 to 30 units of insulin after 3 months supplementation of camel milk. And you can see out of 12 children, 11 children responded very well to camel milk. Then we carried out 1 year trial of camel milk in type 1 diabetes, very long-term studies. And you see after 1 month, 1 year of camel milk supplementation, HbA1c reduced from 7.8 to 6 and doses of insulin reduced from 30 to 17. 50% reduction in the doses of insulin after supplementation of camel milk for 1 year. And you see one child after supplementation of camel milk for 8 months without insulin, he was controlled beautifully only on camel milk. 11 children reduced the doses of insulin. Then we carried out 2 years trial, randomized control trial, effect of camel milk on glycemic control and insulin requirement. And you see the HbA1c is reduced from 7.8 to 5.44. Very good glycemic control, reduction 60 to 70% reduction in the dosage of insulin from 32 to 13 unit only. Very minimal requirement of insulin. And you can see by this graph that there is a good reduction. Start initially and it is maintained throughout the period for 2 years. And out of 12 children, 8 children were without insulin, only controlled by camel milk. So doses of insulin significantly reduced 60 to 70% after supplementation of camel milk for 2 years. Then we carried out role of camel milk in type 2 diabetes. Effect of camel, that was a HOMA model study, that is assessment of insulin resistance by HOMA model. ICMR project was there, Indian Council of Medical Research. By yellow line, you can see when we add the camel milk, there is a reduction in the dosage of the drugs with good glycemic control. Blood sugar and OGTT was significantly reduced by adding camel milk. HbA1c reduced significantly from 8.4 to 6 by adding camel milk in type 2 diabetes. Insulin resistance, how it helps in type 2 diabetes? By adding camel milk, it reduces insulin resistance. So it helps in type 2 diabetes, whether it is because of radioimmunoassay of revealed 52 units of insulin per liter of camel milk, improvement in beta cell function, and in proteomic studies, it is clear that certain proteins and peptides are similar to insulin and insulin-like molecules. Effect of camel milk on residual beta cells functions in recent onset type 1 diabetes. So how it improves the beta cell functions, we measured by C peptide levels. C peptides you can see. Otherwise, what happens in diabetes? There is an exponential fall of beta cells. But here, there is improvement in the beta cells. C peptide improves from 0.14 to 0.16. You can see here very well, there is improvement in the C peptide that is a direct marker of the beta cell function. Then we carried out proteomic studies. You can see from experimental studies, clinical studies, and epidemiological studies, it is proved beyond doubt that camel milk has potential role in prevention and treatment of diabetes. We are in the position to say that camel milk is having 13 proteins and 22 peptide sequence similar to insulin and insulin-like growth factors. You can see the peptide sequence of camel milk and similarity with human insulin. Acceptance of camel milk is very good. It is very good accepted. Slight salty taste, slight nauseating feeling initially for 3-4 days. Otherwise, it's very good. So acceptance is no issue of the camel milk. Then we carried out some epidemiological studies. There is the prevalence of diabetes in camel milk consuming Raika community. There is one community, they judiciously use camel milk for their diet. So the prevalence of diabetes in the Raika rural community of northwest Rajasthan. Raika community consuming camel milk, the prevalence is 0%. Raika community not consuming camel milk is 1.1%. Non-Raika community not consuming camel milk, the prevalence was 2.8%. This was a very small study. Then we carried out slightly bigger study, the zero prevalence of diabetes in camel milk consuming Raika community of northwest Rajasthan. The prevalence of impaired fasting glucose, impaired glucose tolerance, and diabetes, you can see very well. Raika community not consuming camel milk, the prevalence is 0.7%. Raika community consuming camel milk, the prevalence is 0%. Otherwise, non-Raika community not consuming camel milk, the prevalence is 5.5%. Then this project was submitted to Indian Council of Medical Research, and we carried out a bigger study in a large population of around 20,000 individuals. And you see the prevalence of diabetes in Raika community consuming camel milk is 0.15%. Otherwise, the Raika community not consuming camel milk, the prevalence is 1%. Non-Raika community, 0.68% consuming camel milk. So there's a great effect of camel milk in prevention of diabetes. The non-Raika community not consuming camel milk, the prevalence is 6.27%. So it is very clear there is a role of camel milk in prevention of diabetes. You can see by multivariate logistic regression analysis, it is very clear there is a preventive role of camel milk in type 2 diabetes as well as type 1 diabetes. Then we carried out genetic studies, genetic basis of resistance of diabetes in the Raika community of Rajasthan, whether this community is having any protective gene. The genotype and allele distribution in Raika and non-Raika population. On studying the distribution of genotype, we can see that both population does not have any major difference in genotype distribution and allele distribution, and also in both the groups. Community. There's a very controversial one study that is Raika, a unique combination of high prevalence of type 1 diabetes susceptible genes. In spite of that, the prevalence of diabetes is very, very less. The apparent lack of type 1 diabetes and or other autoimmune disease in the Raika, despite the higher occurrence of non-disease associated with HLA haplotypes. So I conclude my talk that camel milk consumption is of paramount importance in management of mean blood sugar and postprandial blood sugar levels. Insulin requirement is significantly reduced in type 1 diabetes. A possible mechanism is by improving beta cell function in type 1 diabetes, and we are in position to say that now that camel milk is having 13 proteins, 22 peptide sequence similar to insulin and insulin-like growth factors. So thank you very much for your listening. We could not connect you properly, so you cannot see the PowerPoint presentation. Otherwise, Thank you. Thank you very much.
Check. Thank you so much, everybody, for staying patient and listening for the first session, the inaugural session. So we request you to have a small tea break and come back.
saponins, polysaccharides, stilbenes, and tannins, and many of these have anti-diabetic properties. There are at least 1,000 of these phytochemicals, and they are just beginning to be explored. Next. And our modern diets, they consist of limited ingredients grown on heavily fertilized soil. So they grow very fast, but they lack these phytonutrients. Okay. Hello? Yes? Yeah. So they lack these phytonutrients. And because they lack them, they don't make you full, actually. You keep eating and eating because these phytonutrients are missing in your diet. And that's one of the reasons for why we have so much obesity these days. Because people, they want to keep eating in order to satisfy their physical needs for these nutrients, and they don't get them in their heavily processed modern food. And this is where camel milk comes in. Next, please. And now, for me, actually, it's not just the genetic difference of the camel and the genetically determined difference in camel milk quality, but also the way the camel is kept. And traditionally, camels have been kept only in nomadic systems. This photo is from the Aravalli Hills in Rajasthan, next to where we work. And here, the camels actually browse on a wide variety of species. One of them is Acacia leucofleur or Oraptia, which is very good for milk yields, and which comes from this very thorny tree here. It's actually amazing how the camels can eat it. Next, please. And according to traditional knowledge of the Raika community, the camels feed on 36 different plants. They're all here on this poster, but actually it's more than 36 plants. We've identified them, and there's actually more than 36 plants of them. And all of these plants actually have been looked at in India by scientists, and they are pharmacologically active, and they have phytomedical substances. Next, please. One example, this is actually a favorite camel feed. One of the ones they eat most is Sisyphus nomularia, or bordi, which is a very drought-resistant and thorny shrub. And I'm sure you have it in Tamil Nadu as well. So its various parts are mentioned in the Ayurveda as being therapeutic for a range of afflictions, and modern scientific research has shown that extracts have antibacterial and cancer-inhibiting properties on cell cultures. Next, please. And this is an incredibly special plant. It's called Untcantalo, camel thorn, echinopsis, and it grows like crazy on these harvested fields. And it's a weed for the farmers. And the farmers hate it, but the camels love it. And it makes the milk incredibly sweet. And it's called the Indian globe thistle. And its healing properties are mentioned many times in the Ayurveda. So it's supposed to be antifungal, analgesic, protecting the liver, antioxidant, anti-inflammatory, wound healing, antipyretic, antibacterial, and good for your sex life as well. Yeah. Next. Now I'm coming back to what Dr. Agarwal said. The Raika had garnered the attention of medical scientists as a community in which diabetes was practically unknown, and this has been ascribed to their consumption of camel milk. This is actually the scientific reference if you want to have it. But next, please. And the Raika who herd camels, they certainly do. They drink a lot of camel milk, and sometimes they may go without any other food and just drink camel milk. And the traditional way of drinking is from this, the leaf of the arc tree, Calotropis procera, which they carry in their turbans and which they fold into cups. And they go on and on drinking and drinking this camel milk. It's slightly addictive even, and it calms you. I mean, I always say it's a little bit like opium. It makes you really relaxed, and which is actually, all milks of animals, they all have lacto-opiates in them. And I think it's to calm the young animals, that they are nervous and that they nurse well. And I think in camel milk, the content of these lacto-opiates may be especially high. It needs some more research. Next, please. And then the later research has actually shown that the Rika are extremely prone to diabetes when they leave their traditional lifestyle. And apart from the research done by Dr. Agarwal, there was a researcher from Pennsylvania State University or University of Pennsylvania who came and worked with us, investigated this. That's why he put us as co-authors on that study. Next, please. As we will hear about more later, camel milk can do wonders for TB patients and for undernourished children. Actually, during the lockdown, we were distributing a lot of camel milk for free to a tribal village and to this TB patient on the left. Next. And yeah, one other thing. We heard that camel milk is slightly salty, but it actually depends very much on the type of plants the camels are eating. So if they eat neem, that makes it bitter. Then if they eat very salty vegetation, also makes it salty. But it's those two plants I mentioned earlier, Bordis, Sisyphus nomularia, and Cantalo, that camel's horn, they make it really super sweet. Next. And yes, so we also had a very famous actor from Britain, Joanna Lumley. She came and tasted the camel milk, and she made a huge show about it. Oh, it's exquisite, she said. So, next, please. So, these are our guiding principles for the camel milk magic, as I want to call it. Only happy camels give good, healthy milk. And camels need a phytochemically rich diet themselves in order to give us phytochemically rich milk with healing properties. And we should, as much as we can, I know it's not always possible, keep the processing as minimal as possible. And so let us not destroy the value of camel milk by hyper-processing it, and instead seek to get it to patients and consumers as fresh as possible. Next. So, yes, this is my appeal. Camel milk is not only a gift of the camel, but a gift of God and nature, and we have to treat it as such, with respect, and not as a commodity. But somebody mentioned artisanal earlier. No? This is the way we have to go, really. Also to keep the power with the camel breeders, that they don't get into the trap of a lot of the cow dairy producers, who are squeezed from all sides. They don't make money the world over because they're tied into these big value chains. So for camels, we need a direct connection between the camels, the camel breeders, and the consumers. And that's what we should work for. Thank you very much. Yeah, these are some of our products. I mean, we have raw milk and pasteurized milk, and we also have a camel milk powder in a new design coming up soon. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ilse, for your beautiful presentation and your wonderful explanation on that. And with that note, may I call Dr. Shailaja, founder and director of Yashoda Human Milk Bank.
Very good morning, good afternoon to all the stalwarts who are working in camel fields and camel milk. I feel I'm the one odd one out because I'm working with human milk. But after listening to so many people, and I am very much enthusiastic and encouraged to work in the camel milk studies, scientific studies, which we can do because I'm from basically Pune, Dr. D.Y. Patil Vidyapit. So we are having Ayurveda college also with us in our university. So we can do study which can be multicentric, and pilot studies initially we can do particularly about type 1 diabetes patient, because I'm a pediatrician and adolescent health physician. So we are having many patients who are type 1 diabetic, who are type 2 diabetic, and of course autism. Being a pediatrician, we tackle more with autism also. And another thing sir had already mentioned, that I'm doing a PhD on non-communicable diseases like diabetes, so all those hypertension in adolescents, children and adolescent. And post-lockdown, we are having so many patients, adolescents and children who are overweight and obese. So at the outset, I would like to thank Mr. Manikandan and his family for inviting me here and giving me an opportunity to associate with all of you. And I will not take the name of all, but I'm very happy to meet all the stalwarts. Thank you. So, can I have that? Yeah, this is our Yashoda Advanced Human Milk Bank and Lactation Management Training and Research Center, please. This is a model to improve the neonatal care and health outcomes in the community. Next, please. यहाँ से नहीं कर सकते हैं? I have established this human milk bank, mother's milk bank in 2013. And that time it was not very well accepted, but later on slowly it had picked up. And in 2019, 31st Jan, we have established Advanced Human Milk Bank and the CLMTRC. We have formed the government guideline also. According to that, CLMC, Comprehensive Lactation Management Center, should be there. And I have added training and research into that. And because when Sahu sir was talking, there are many similarities. We have done study on the macronutrients in mother's milk and stem cells in mother's milk. Yesterday night over the dinner table, we were talking about it. Okay, next please. I will just go fast. We know that all over the world, we are the biggest killer of our newborns in the world. India is the biggest killer. Maximum newborns in the world die in India. That is 0.76 million per year. And as per National Family Health Survey, NFHS 5 data is released in November 2021. So according to that, neonatal mortality rate is 26 per 1,000 live birth. So 1,000 बच्चे अगर जन्म लेते, means 1,000 newborns when they are born, 26 of them die within 1 month of life. So that is the problem. So as per Government of India and United Nations Sustainable Developmental Goals, improvement in breast practices is an important pillar along with good neonatal care to reduce the neonatal mortality. And exclusive breastfeeding rate, exclusive means only mother's milk, nothing else, till 6 months of life, is 64%, which is improved from last 5 years. And mother's milk is considered as liquid gold. This camel milk is considered as white gold. So these are having similarities. And this is the first alternative if breastfeeding is not possible from own mother. Pasteurized donor human milk, particularly in the newborns who are sick in NICU, according to WHO and UNICEF. And all over the world, it is proven that donor human milk reduces the neonatal diseases, particularly sepsis and neonatal death rate also. Next, please. So these are our objectives. Mainly, first objective is to promote the exclusive breastfeeding to mothers, to the babies by their mothers. And if it is not possible, we should give pasteurized donor human milk whenever required as per a doctor's prescription. Nobody can just walk in and take the milk. Next, please. So we have established in 2013 with the help of Rotary Club of Nariman Point, Mumbai. And this was the first milk bank in private medical college in India. Next. And 2019, as I have already said, this is the Rotary Global Grant project we could get. These are the few media coverage. Next, please. This is in the digital media. This is the milk van which we have got last 2021 when lockdown, just before lockdown started in March 2020. It had worked like a magic for collection of milk from the voluntary donation from the mothers. Particularly, we are having in Pune, a lot of educated mothers are there who were working from the home. And when they were having, we appealed in the social media that we are having scarcity of milk, and they donated voluntarily. Next, please. We have organized the first international conference of human milk banking in India, and Dr. J.P. Nadda, then he was health minister at that time, he was there, and after that, we have established guidelines for the human milk banking in India. Next, please. These are the few photographs of that. And these guidelines, and every medical college hospital and every district hospital should establish mother's milk bank. That is the GR actually, after that, government release. But we are happy that number is slowly increasing. Next, please. Next. Yeah, we are having state-of-the-art infrastructure now at 2019, but from 2013 to 19, we have a lot of hardships which we have gone through. And I invite all of you, whenever you come to Pune, please visit our center. And next, please. And we are having excellent equipments as well. This is the Sterifeed automated pasteurizer. It is having pasteurization and cooling cycle at in the same machine. And that is having the graph of the temperature can be monitored also. So it is more scientific. So maximum amount of nutrients are conserved with this technique. And this is the small machine which is on the right side. That is sonicator and milk analyzer. I'm not aware how the camel milk and dairy milk is analyzed, but this is human milk analyzer where crude, body fat, carbohydrate, and all those proteins, it is same almost. Okay. Next, please. So these are the guidelines which we are following. Next, please. So this is the process, how we are going through. That selection of donor mother, it is done voluntarily, of course. There is no any money matter involved in that. Screening and health checkup is done. Mother's milk is collected by pumps and by hand expression, whatever way mother is comfortable with. It is stored, pasteurized, and after that we are doing lab testing of each sample, and then it is stored in deep freezer, and doctor's requisition we are giving it. Next, please. We are having very well qualified team also. We are 7 of us are having IBCLC, International Board Certified Lactation Consultants, and we are having Dr. Uday Kumar Devaskar from UCLA, USC, who is helping us in research studies and all. Next, please. So this is our data. More than 13,700 mothers had donated, more than 3,278 liters of milk, and it is distributed to almost 20,000 newborns. Not in only our institute, but to other institutes as well. And we are serving to 5 other districts nearby, Satara, Sangli, Kolhapur, Nashik as well. Next, please. Next. So quality is the main thing, that's what we were discussing also. So in human setup also, we have to do a lot of quality work, and we are striving hard to continue the quality care with various standard order protocols and various trainings of the staff as well. Next, please. So these are the disinfection processes. This is how we are doing. And each and every freeze is monitored by this digital thermometer. And 3 times a day we are doing, keeping this digital log also, temperature log. Next, please. And culture positive samples, we are just throwing it out. We are not using it. And counseling of the mothers is done for public awareness, and we are working with various NGOs as well. Next, please. And we work with lot of women groups, like Anganwadi Sevikas and other people who are just to increase the awareness about breastfeeding. Next, please. We are doing awareness campaigning through various ways, like pamphlets, brochures, writing in the local magazines, in the newspaper. Next, please. This is on the media, social media coverage. We have taken help of Radio Mirchi also. And I think we can do so in same things in awareness of camel milk as well. Next, please. So we appreciate the donor mothers by giving them Amrut Sanman Patra. That they are, because mother's milk is considered as Amrut. It cannot be created in any lab. So we give her Amrut Sanman Patra. In our local Marathi language, it is mother's milk is baby's birthright. I'm just converting for the understanding. And Yashodecha Pana means Yashoda's milk is being saved by Devki ka Kanha, which is our mythological case. So they become so happy. Next, please. So we have started lactation clinic as well. So wherever there are, so the mothers are having so many queries actually. So we have to solve it, and if they are having some problems like positioning, sometimes babies are also having problem. So we have started lactation clinic to support them. Next, please. And we are having this Yashoda Amrut Vahini, and we have collected almost 160 liters of milk within lockdown, 17 months of lockdown. And that could support to the community to a greater extent, because during COVID, the guidelines were not clear. When mother is having COVID, whether to feed her baby or to isolate her, or that was very chaos. So we could help to the community in a smaller way. Next, please. So we have created many mother support groups as well, when mothers will help other mothers. Next. So we celebrate this World Breastfeeding Week celebration, and I suggest in this forum that for camel milk also we should do something like that, just to create an awareness. Camel milk day or something, I don't know. We can do brainstorming about it, so that we can take that an opportunity to create an awareness. Next, please. So we celebrate International Human Milk Donation Day, which is 19th May. Next. So we do a lot of capacity building, training of the nursing staff, training of the doctors, then training of the mothers. Next. Training of Anganwadi Sevikas. During lockdown, we have created a lot of videos in local language, and we have uploaded it on our website, so that mothers they are having various queries. So each time they may not, or we may not reach to them. So they can go on the website and see it. Next, please. No, don't play that. Stop it, huh? Okay. No, don't play that. Okay, next, please. So these short films are created by our students, undergraduate students, postgraduate students, for the awareness of human milk banking. Next, please. Don't click on that. Huh? Okay, we have done this Kutuhal health exhibition, this exhibition was there. So I appeal these all groups that we can go in that such exhibitions also, and keep the stall there, so that awareness will increase. Next. So this was the work during COVID pandemic lockdown, and you can see bags here. These are the bags where mothers collect, which are available in sterile form in online also, and we are also providing when they ask, and they collect. We teach them online how they have to do cleanliness, hand washing, how to collect, how to store, and all those things. And whenever they call, we go and collect that. Next, please. So we do training of all the undergraduate, postgraduate students, not only from medical college, but nursing college, Ayurveda college, homeopathy, even dental college. And we use various departments also, like obstetrics, gynecology, community medicine. So it is all integrated. And we teach them by various ways. Next, please. Poster competition, poster exhibition, and role plays, then Nukkad Natak. Next. During lockdown, we have done e-poster competition. Next, please. Debates and quizzes also then. Next. Yeah, we have, this was the oral paper presentation, which was done in last year only. This was to investigate and compare the macronutrient content of human milk of mothers who delivered preterm and term neonates during lactation. And that had got the award in international conference. This is one of my PG student, macroanalysis of human milk. That's what I was talking about yesterday. Next. So skills building sessions from other institute also, we are training them. Next, please. Next, please. Yeah, we are following CUSP program from John Hopkins for quality maintenance and safety. Next, please. So we have hosted preparatory course of International Board of Certified Lactation Consultants. I think in camel milk also, I don't know whether there is some speciality regarding that. Ilse might be knowing about it. Next. So we have contributed to various conferences. That's how we have to go ahead. That's what I was saying with Rosama also, that we should establish the data, research, establish the data, go into the various conferences where medical people are there. Then only there will be awareness. Next, please. Next, please. Yeah. Next, please. Workshops also. Next, please. Like that we can do in the cow, this camel milk. Next. So we have done various research projects, ICMR research project, then undergraduate and postgraduate research project. We are having one of the PhD project also now going on. Next. These are the outside research projects. Next. We are working on the stem cells. And we could isolate the stem cells in human milk, which are pluripotent, that can get converted into any form of cell. And we could culture chondrocyte, osteoblast, and fibrocyte at present. And that faculty research is going on. Next. These are the stem cells which we could isolate. Next. These are the publications, and that's how we should go ahead. Next, please. So we have got accreditation from various, this is the baby-friendly hospital, and in that area, certified baby-friendly hospital by UNICEF. Next. So we have received the World Alliance for Breastfeeding Action. From them also certification we have received. Next. And one of our mother had received Ma Yashoda Award in the Hyderabad conference, which was international. Next, please. Next, please. So I have written 2 chapters in 2 different books also, and I appeal these people who are working in the camel milk, they should start doing that. Next. And we take feedbacks from donor mothers, recipient parents of recipient babies. And this can be done in camel milk also. Like Mr. Manikandan is one of the beneficiary, autism people, many stories are there. We should collect that, and we should bring it out. Next, please. Feedback from pediatrician, neonatologist, even students we are taking. Next. And various dignitaries also visit at our center, and I'm happy to tell that after visiting our center, there are 3 places in India where they have established. 2 are already established, and 1, just now I got the message that they have, their management had passed the monetary part of it, and they will start soon in Ahmedabad. Next, please. So our Rotary is one of our partner who is supporting us, and we have taken feedbacks from them also. Next, please. And this is the software which we have developed. This is the first of its kind in India regarding mother's milk bank. Next. So we have collected evidence of success, how it is useful. So you can see neonatal sepsis has reduced from 30% to 6%. And then necrotizing enterocolitis, GI tract, intestinal infection had reduced. Jaundice reduced, then duration of feed had reduced. Then duration of hospital stay, average is reduced to almost 2 days. And then neonatal mortality is reduced to 4%. And that is very important factor. Next, please. So these are the success stories. We provide to twins, triplets. Sometimes, particularly during COVID, we have got some incidences where mothers expired due to some reason, complication of COVID. So we have supported in anath ashrams also. Next, please. We are having various success stories about mothers also. We are not having a single case of breast abscess in our institute since established from 2013. But now we are getting referrals for management of breast abscess from various places and other districts also. And this is the one pic where she is in mask. That mother was there 3 weeks before only, which I was sharing with Rosamma, that she came for drainage of breast abscess, and we were supporting her, but she was COVID positive, and we were doing her video consultation also. Next, please. So it was not easy at all. Various challenges we have encountered. So this is what is happening with this also. So I'm very optimistic. We'll overcome. Next. These are the milestones. Next, please. So I feel this is the successful model for the survival of newborns. And mother's milk, and on the addition of it, camel's milk, can reduce the incidence of non-communicable diseases like diabetes, hypertension, coronary heart disease in our country, because we are a capital of it, which we should not. Next, please. These are our future plans. Next, please. This is our team. Thank you. Thanks a lot for an opportunity. Thank you.
From night till the morning, you really changed my life. Doing things I never do. I'm in the kitchen cooking things she likes. Repel both by breaking all the rules. Someday I wanna make you my wife. That girl, like something up about that. That girl, Instagram they say. That girl, is a gun to my holster. And she's running through my mind all day.
Yep, and thank you so much, ma'am, for such a positive presentation and explaining us about the methods and also giving us few ideas to establish this camel milk and also the importance of that. Thank you so much for such an optimistic thought and the presentation. So following that, may I call Dr. Hanwant Singh Rathore to present his presentation.
Hello. First, thanks to the Manikandandan invite to me here about camel milk and other things. So I give my introduction. My name is Hanwant Singh Rathore. I working with camel and pastoralist communities last 30 years. And we started India's first camel milk dairy. So I say something about the camels and raikas. So first, actually, we have 650 years before in Rajasthan, we don't have, mostly we call Rajputana. There is no female camels. Mostly we have only male camels there. So in my clan, from my family, that Babuji Rathod, he bring camels 650 years ago to the Rajasthan, and he give, actually that is also a big history. When have his niece wedding, so in dowry, everybody in dowry, they give something to like jewelry, animals or other things. So Babuji, he said, I give you Rati Bhuri Handia. Handia means, Rati Bhuri means reddish or this type of camels I give you. Sandia means camels, female camels. But he don't know how get that. And so then he hired somebody from the Raika communities, Harmal Raika. He went to the, in Sindh areas, there have some Sindhi Muslims. He keep lot of camels. So Babuji, he's like a Thakur, but he's also like robber. So he went there and he fight with the Muslims, and he bring about more than 50 camels to the Rajputana. Rajputana means like in our Marwad areas where we don't have any camels. But in that time we have in Jaisalmer areas have male camels only, because they migrate from the Afghanistan or Iran to the Rajasthan. They have a Silk Road. So Maharaja of Jaisalmer, they get tax, and if somebody, some people, they don't give any tax, so they get some camels from them. So they keep only, mostly keep male camels. So when he bring camels to the home, and he give few camel to his niece, and other camel he give to the Raikas, and he said, oh, now you herd them and drink milk, or you graze them. So last 650 years, we have some records. The Raika community, they continuously grazing and rearing of the camels. One time we have camel population in Rajasthan more than 1 million, like 10 lakh camels. But now is government census, they said now 2 lakh and 23,000, something like that. But we, our opinion, and we have worked with the camel breeder from all over Rajasthan. So we know about more than, we don't have any more than 150,000 camels left in Rajasthan. Because that 2014 government, they decide to the camel is state animal. But after this, that is okay, no problem before us. But in 2015, they start and ban camel to the Rajasthan to other state. Manikanandan, he came to our place, and he tried to buy some camel from us, from Pushkar also. But it's very difficult to buy camel and send to the other state. So now we have very difficult time in Rajasthan because most of Raika communities, they are totally dependent on the camels. Please next. So then first one. So that you look that our camel breeder, when they going grazing with camels, they have very good relationship with the camels, those sitting camels, and he's also very happy with the camel. Next. So and that also like camel breeder, our camel breeder Rajasthan, they keeping camels right, not like animals, like is a family. And they love to them like same like children. And we have, I tell you that our Ilje, and we also have like 25 camels. When we going there, our camel, they come and kiss us. So we have kissing camel also. And they are very, Raika, they, in our areas, Raika, they are 12 months with the camels. And they keep camels like, same like family members or like that. And now we have camels in grazing areas to close to our wildlife sanctuary. And Raika, they have traditionally, they give some treatment to the camels, like if you have them mange, so they use some karanji oil or some other things. Now we have our breeding bull. And breeding bull, we are like keep 4 months in winter season when I have breeding season. We keep them like with 50 or 60 female camels. And he's boss in 4 months. And they love him. And if you kick out him in a breeding season, then most of camels, they give abortion. And he's like a boss. Most of female, they follow him. But after breeding season, they kick out him. He's going alone. So next. So actually, we working with the last 30 years, and we develop many things. First, we start camel poo paper. I show you here. Then we think is not good income from the camel poo paper. So we start camel wool. We buy some camel wool from them, and we make some stalls and carpets. Then is also not good income. So then India's first camel milk, we start camel dairy. And I tell you that 1995, we start first time of camel milk marketing in Rajasthan. That time we selling like milk like in 2 rupees or 3 rupees kgs. And after 1999, that High Court of Rajasthan, they give decision camel milk not good for human consumption. And they put one Raikas for 6 months for jail and 2,000 rupees for punishment. So then just he came to our campus. And he said, you do something, and also the community, they also said, you do something, otherwise camel milk is very good for health. If we defeat, then how we survive our camels and people? So then after 1 month, we challenge in Supreme Court. After 2 months, Supreme Court says camel milk good for human consumption. So we have big judgment for us. Next. So that also Raikas, they most of have traditional knowledge. You know, they give like haldi, turmeric, and other thing to the camels, and also ghee and oil. And you know, some people that said very cruel, because sometimes they have some problem in inside of the stomach. They give dam like fire burning. So that is very cruel, but sometimes very, very useful for that. And now this government of Rajasthan, in 2015, they start schemes. If female camels give some birth, so they give some subsidy or some money to the camel breeder, like 10,000 rupees in 3 kists. So they start tagging. So when we have camel live milking like 2 or 3 times, but camel breeder, they are on the way. If they have camel, they give milk, then they drink, because sometimes they don't get any food. Same. That one we also give some training to them, our camel breeder. Hygienically, they clean the udder, so they get hygienically camel milk. So now, Miss, sometime, actually, I like fighting with the government. Because the government, they don't understand about policy. Sometimes they make policy, but they are not asking to the people. And directly they make a policy. So I make several times a demonstration against government with camels. In 2012, the government of Rajasthan, over Kumbhalgarh Sanctuary, they declared national park. So that time I make a big demonstration with camels, and more than 7,000 people there gathering there. Here, in 2016, when have our rules like a camel is banned for Rajasthan, and also not selling camel in Pushkar. So that time we make some big demonstration against government, and we said, if you do something in 3 days, otherwise all camel we give to the government. So just 3 days after the government, they came, and they're sending 5 members of committee, and the committee, they talk to us. So now we continuously with talking with government. And last time, and we met like to the animal husbandry minister, and we said we have problem, like we are not get any money from the camels, so we don't want camels. So if you have, like camel have state animals, so you keep them. So now they, like our opposition, like Bharatiya Janata Party and Congress, they are both of they agree. They change law in assembly. So we have some product like that. We have camel milk. We have camel milk cheese, feta cheese with olive. There we have camel ghee and camel cream cheese. And also sometimes we make some, if have a Ilse's birthday, we make some cake from camel milk. So we have many products from there. So that is very old picture, but is now camel breeder and the family, they love with camels. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for explaining us about the kissing camels. We were actually so much impressed with that. Yeah, of course. Of course, I hope that hopefully one day I also will kiss the camel. All right, so having said that, oh, camel will also kiss me back. Of course it should. All right, so having said that, we have the press people here, and may I call all the dignitaries onto the stage, and we have the press meet going forward now.
பிரச்சனை எதுவுமே வராது. நாங்கள் தினமும் பார்த்தீங்கன்னா நாங்கள் ஒட்டகப்பால் கறந்து என் மகன் வந்து தினமும் 6 லிட்டர் பால் நாங்கள் வந்து குறைஞ்சது கறவை பாலாகவே காலையிலே கொடுக்குறோம். இப்போ புதுசாக சங்கமித்ராங்கிற ஒரு இதை உருவாக்கி அங்கே வந்து ஒட்டகம், ஆடு, நிறைய பெட் அனிமல்ஸ்லாம் இருக்குது. இது வெறும் நாங்கள் பாலாக விற்கக்கூடிய வர்த்தகமாக மட்டும் யோசிக்காமல் இதோட சிறப்பை வந்து மக்கள் தெரிஞ்சுக்கணும் அப்படிங்கிறதுக்காக அவங்க நேர்லேயே வந்து பார்க்கலாம். வந்து பார்த்தா ஒட்டகத்தில் அவங்களே பால் கறக்கிறதுனால கறக்கலாம், அந்த ஒட்டகத்தோட கூட ஃபோட்டோ எடுக்கலாம், ரைட் பண்ணலாம். உருவம் தான் பெருசோ வழிய ஒட்டகம் ரொம்ப மிகவும் சாதுவான ஒரு சின்ன நல்ல ஒரு ஆட்டுக்குட்டி, நாய்க்குட்டி, பூனைக்குட்டி எப்படி இருக்கும் அந்தளவுக்கு நம்மளோட நல்லா பழகும். நாங்கள் வந்து 1 மாதம் கூட ஆக கிடையாது. என் 3 வயசு குழந்தை பார்த்தீங்கன்னா ஒட்டகத்தோட விளையாடும், ஏறி உட்காரும், தனியாகவே வந்து ஒட்டகத்தோட இந்த ஒரு பாதிப்பு எதுவுமே கிடையாது. சார் அது நம்ம வாங்குற ஒட்டகத்தை கொடுத்துருக்கு சராசரியாக வந்து பார்த்தீங்கன்னா ஒரு 1 லட்ச ரூபா, 1.5 லட்ச ரூபாய்க்கு நல்லா அதிக பால் கொடுத்து குடிக்காங்க 2 லட்ச ரூபா வரும். ஒரு வேலைக்கு அதிகபட்சம் 1.5 லிட்டருந்து 2 லிட்டர் தாங்க இருக்கு. இது நாட்டு மாடு மாதிரி தான். இது வந்து அதிகமான பால் கொடுக்கக்கூடியது கிடையாது. நம்ம ஜெர்சி மாடுகள்லாம் வந்து என்ன பண்ணிங்கன்னா அதிக பாலுக்காக வந்து கிராஸ் ஓவர் பண்ணியிருக்காங்க. அதிக இது வெப்பத்தை தாங்கக்கூடியதுக்கும் பால் கொடுக்கக்கூடியதுக்கும் கிராஸ் பண்ணியிருப்பாங்க. இதில் வந்து அப்படி கிடையாது. இன்னும் ஒட்டகம் வந்து அதோட இயற்கை சூழ்நிலையில் தான் இருக்குது. மாட்டுக்கு ஊசி போட்டு கண்டுக்குட்டி போடுற மாதிரி ஒட்டகத்து கிடையாது. அது வந்து அந்த சீசனில் தான் கரு உருவாகும். மாட்டுக்கு நம்ம போய் உடனே ஊசி போட்டால் கரு தங்கி குட்டி போடுற மாதிரி ஒட்டகத்துக்கு கிடையாது. அந்த சீசனுக்கு பெண் வந்து கரெக்டான அந்த பருவம் அடைஞ்சிருந்தால் மட்டும்தான் அந்த சீசனில் தான் அது இப்போ நம்மளுக்கு வந்து 6 ஒட்டகம் இருக்குது. மேற்கொண்டு இன்னும் மறுபடியும் ஒட்டகம் வருது.
பாலெல்லாம் சப்போர்ட் பண்ணிட்டு
இருக்கேன் சார். 1 லிட்டர் இப்போ நம்ம வந்து 450 ரூபாய் கொடுத்துட்டு இதே வந்து மருத்துவ ரீதியாக கேட்டாங்கன்னா அவங்களுக்கு நாங்கள் குறைவாக போடுவோம். சார் பெரும்பாலும் நம்ம ஒட்டகத்தை மேய்ச்சலுக்கு தான் கொண்டு போகிறோம். தீவனங்கிறது சில நாள் தான் போடுவோம், சப்ளிமெண்ட் மாதிரி கூட தான் போடுறோம். அப்போ ஒரு நாளைக்கு அதிகபட்சம் பார்த்தீங்கன்னா ஒரு 200-250 ரூபாய்க்கு அதிகபட்சம். ஏன்னா ஒட்டகம் உருவம் பெருசும் போது அதோட தீவனம் சாப்பிட்றது ஜாஸ்தியாக இருக்கும். பார்த்தீங்கன்னா ஒட்டகம் வந்து 800 சார் இங்கே நீலாம்பூர்லேருந்து எல்என்டி பைபாஸ் ரோட்டில் 1 கிலோமீட்டர் தூரத்தில் சக்தி இன்ஜினியரிங் காலேஜ் பக்கத்தில் 100 மீட்டர் பண்ணிடலாம்.
தண்ணி பார்த்தீங்கன்னா டெல்லியில் வந்து அங்கே தண்ணி குடிக்கிற மாட்டுக்கு அவங்களுடைய காலேஜ் ராஜஸ்தான் மாவட்டத்துடைய காலேஜ் தமிழ்நாட்டு மாவட்டத்துக்கு போகலாம். நீங்கள் ஒட்டகத்தை அங்கே வந்து நீங்கள் இந்த தண்ணி மட்டும் சாப்பிட்ருக்காங்க. நினச்சிட்டு அந்த இருக்கிற ப்ரோட்டீன்ஸ் விட்டமின்ஸ் அங்கே டெஸ்ட் எடுத்தீங்களா?
இது வந்து
டாக்டர் இங்கே டெஸ்ட் எடுத்தீங்க.
இங்கே டெஸ்ட் இருக்குது. இதில் வந்து பார்த்தீங்கன்னா சார் நம்மளோட உடனே வந்து மாற போக முடியாது. உதாரணத்துக்கு அந்த தண்ணிக்கு இந்த தண்ணிக்கு நாம் தண்ணி சாப்பிட மாட்டோம். இங்கே குடிக்கிறோம், தண்ணி குடிக்கிறோம், டெல்லி மாவு எந்த நாடு போய் குடிச்சாலும் நம்ம மாட்டோம். தண்ணியோட அடிப்படை கூறுகள் எல்லாம் பெரிய வித்தியாசம் கிடையாது. தண்ணியில் வித்தியாசங்கிறது டிடிஎஸ் சால்ட்டு அதுதான் மாறுமோ ஒழிய மற்றபடி H2O
தேவைக்கு அப்போ
இல்லை 2 நேரம் காலையில் 6 to 6:30 கறக்கும். அதே மாதிரி சாயந்தரம் 6 to 6:30 தான் பால் கறக்கும்.
எவ்வளோ நேரம்
பால் காய்ச்சாமல் நம்ம வந்து 6 to 8 மணி நேரம் அப்படியே இருக்கும். காய்ச்சி வச்சுன்னா நம்ம காய்ச்சல் வந்து அதே மாதிரி 8 மணி நேரம் வரைக்கும் கொடுக்கலாம். ஃப்ரிட்ஜில் வச்சுருந்தோம்னா ஒரு நாளை சாப்பிடலாம். அப்படி ஃப்ரீசரில் வச்சோம்னா 3 மாதம் 6 மாதம் கூட வைக்கலாம்.
பால் வந்து இது ரொம்ப ஸ்பெசிஃபிக்காக ஏதாவது
இது வந்து டயாபிட்டிஸுக்கும் ஆட்டிசத்துக்கும் ரொம்ப நல்லது. டயாபிட்டிஸ் சர்க்கரை நோய் டைப் 1 டயாபிட்டிஸ் சொல்லக்கூடியது பிறப்பிலே உருவாகும். அதுக்கு வந்து இது சாப்பிட்றதுனால பார்த்தீங்கன்னா அவங்களோட மாத்திரையும் மருந்து இன்டேஷனுங்கிறது 60% குறையும்னு ராஜஸ்தானில் இருக்கக்கூடிய மெடிக்கல் காலேஜில் ரிசர்ச் ப்ரூவ் பண்ணியிருக்காங்க. சர்தார் பட்டேல் எஸ்பி மெடிக்கல் காலேஜ் சொல்லி பிகானூர் இருக்குது. அங்கே வந்து இன்னைக்கு நம்ம செமினாரில் கூட ஒரு கலந்துருக்காரு டாக்டர் அகர்வால். அவர் பண்ண ரிசர்ச் பேப்பர் இருக்குது, அதில் பப்ளிஷும் ஆயிருக்கு சொன்னது. இது என்ன ஒரே ஒன்றுனா பால் அவைலபிலிட்டி இல்லாதங்காட்டி மக்கள் அதை ஏற்றுக்கிட்டே திடீர்னு ஒட்டக பால்னா அதை சாப்பிட்டா என்ன ஆகும் எப்படின்னு நினைக்கிறாங்க. ஆனால் அது எந்த ஒரு பக்க விளைவுகளோ பின்விளைவுகளோ கிடையாது. குழந்தைங்க கூட பிடிக்கும். இதை வந்து நம்ம பெரிய லெவலில் கொண்டு போகிற என்ன மாதிரி கோயம்புத்தூரில் மட்டும் பண்ணுறது இல்லாமல் இது வந்து ஒவ்வொரு மாவட்டத்துக்கும் ஒவ்வொரு ஏன்னா கறவை பாலாக குடித்தா ரொம்ப நல்லது. மார்னிங் செமினாரில் ஒரு சார் சொன்ன மாதிரி பால் வந்து காய்ச்சாமல் நம்ம குடித்தா ரொம்ப நல்லது. பொங்க வைக்கக்கூடாது. இது வந்து மருத்துவ பாலாக நம்ம நினச்சி சாப்பிடணும். வர்த்தக பால் கிடையாது. மாட்டுப்பால் நம்ம சாப்பிடணும். அது வந்து வர்த்தக ரீதியாக உணவு பழக்கம். இது மருத்துவ ரீதியான போது ஒவ்வொரு ஊர்லேயும் நாங்கள் அதை ஓப்பன் பண்ண மாதிரி லைஃப் லாங் சாப்பிடலாம். இதை நாங்கள் ஒட்டகத்தை அதிகப்படுத்தி இதோட விலையை இன்னும் குறைக்கிறோம். முதல் தடவை வந்தங்காட்டி தான் நாங்கள் வந்து மருத்துவ ரீதிக்கு கொடுக்கணுங்கிறங்காட்டி தான் விலையை அதிகப்படுத்தும். அதாவது டயாபிட்டிஸோ ஆட்டிசம் கையில் கேட்டாங்கன்னா அவங்களுக்கு கொடுக்கக்கூடிய விலை இருக்கும். ஆட்டிசத்துக்கு நாங்கள் ஃப்ரீயாக கூட கொடுக்குறது. ஆட்டிசம் குறைபாடு குழந்தைகள். அதனால் பொதுமக்கள் வந்து எனக்கு ஒட்டகப்பால் வேணும்னு கேட்டாங்கன்னா அதை நான் கொடுக்க மாட்டேன்னு சொல்லக்கூடாது. அதுக்கு பொதுவாக தான் விலையை அதிகப்படுத்தும். 450 நாள்
பார்த்தீங்கன்னா தனியாக பார்த்தா பெருசாக தெரியும். ஏன்னா நான் இதே நான் 50 ரூபான்னு சொன்னேன்னு வச்சுருக்கேன், எல்லாரும் வந்து வாங்கினாங்கன்னா ஆர்டிசன் குழந்தைகளுக்கோ டயபிட்டிஸ்க்கோ கொடுக்க முடியாது. நான் கொண்டு வந்துட்டு டயபிட்டிஸ்க்காக கொடுத்தேன். ரெகுலராக வந்து 6 to 8 பேர் ரெகுலராக வாங்கி சாப்பிடுவேன். அவங்க வந்து கறவைப்பாலாக சாப்பிட்றாங்க. ஏன்னா இப்போ நம்ம வரது கம்மி தான், இன்னும் ஒட்டகங்கள் அடுத்து வருது. ஏன்னா நாங்கள் வந்து ஒட்டகத்தை வந்து கறிக்கு கொண்டு போக முடியாது, முழுக்க ஆளுக்காக தான் வரும். அப்படிங்கும்போது அதை வந்து அரசாங்கத்துக்கு தெரியப்படுது. அதுக்காக தான் நாங்கள் இந்த மாதிரி நிகழ்ச்சி நடத்தி மக்களுக்கு விழிப்புணர்வு கொடுக்குறோம். முன்னாடி ஒட்டகங்களை கொண்டு வந்து ஒவ்வொரு மாவட்டத்துக்கும் நாங்கள் மாதிரி ஓப்பனிங் கொண்டு வரும்போது பார்த்தீங்கன்னா அந்த ஊரில் இருக்கிறவங்களுக்கு உடனடியாக ஒட்டகம் வாங்குறதுக்கு மிக கடுமையான அனுமதி இருக்குது. நம்ம வந்து ஒரு ஆடோ முறைப்படி இந்த இதுக்கு அனுமதி வாங்குறதுக்கு எங்களுக்கு 2 மாதம் ஆச்சு. 2 மாதமாக லோக்கல் பிஏஓ அடிப்படைன்னு ஆரம்பிக்கிற பிஓவில் இருந்து இந்த மாவட்டத்தோட ஜேடிஓ வரைக்கும் நான் ஜேடிஓ ஜாயின்ட் டைரக்டர் வெட்டரி ஆஃபீஸர் அவர்கிட்ட அப்ரூவல் வாங்கணும். எந்த டிஸ்ட்ரிக்டில் போய் வாங்க போகிறோமோ அந்த டிஸ்ட்ரிக்டோட கலெக்டர்லேருந்து எந்த கிராமத்தில் போய் வாங்க போகிறோமோ அந்த கிராமத்தோட வில்லேஜ் ஆஃபீஸர் வரைக்கும் நம்ம அப்ரூவல் வாங்கணும். முறைப்படி பண்ணால் மட்டும்தான் ஒட்டுறதுக்கு கொண்டு வரணும். இல்லைன்னா நான் பெயிலபிள் அஃபென்ஸ். அது வந்து ரொம்ப பிரச்சனைக்குரிய ஒரு விஷயம். ஓகே சார். சயின்டிஸ்ட் ஃபாலோஸ் ஜஸ்ட் வந்து படிச்சுட்டு லைஃப் டைமே வந்து பார்த்தீங்கன்னா ஒட்டகத்துக்கு ஆர்கனைஸ் பண்ணியிருக்காங்க. இவங்க வந்து ஜெர்மன் மேடம் ரோலப்சன் இந்தியாவில் பிரசிடென்ட் வந்து 2017 வந்து அவார்ட் வாங்கியிருக்காங்க. ஷீ இஸ் ஏ யூஎன்ஓ அம்பாசிடர் ஃபார் கேமல். மிடில் ஈஸ்ட் கல்ஃப் கண்ட்ரீஸில் இருக்கக்கூடிய கேமல் ஃபார்ம்ஸ் வந்து ஷீ இஸ் கன்சல்டன்ட் ஃபார் ப்ரீடிங். மேடம் இப்போ கேமல் ரிசர்ச் பண்ணுறாங்க. ஷீ இஸ் டாக்டர் ப்ரொஃபஸர் இன் மெடிக்கல் காலேஜ். அவங்க வந்து மேடம் ஃப்ரீலான்ஸ் ஜேர்னலிஸ்ட். ப்ரீவியஸாக இருக்கிறது வந்து ஜெய்ப்பூர் வந்து டைம்ஸ் ஆஃப் இந்தியாவில் வந்து ஃப்ரீலான்ஸ் கொண்டு வந்தாங்க. இப்போ வந்து கேமல் மில்கை பற்றின டேட்டாஸ் வந்து ஆல் ஓவர் இந்தியா எல்லா பக்கமே வந்து கலெக்ட் பண்ணி மக்களுக்கு சென்றடைகிறது.
Papu? Papu இங்க வரேன் கொஞ்சம் மேடம் கொஞ்சம்
வரும் மேடம் இங்கே வர
நல்லா ஸ்மைல் பண்ணிடலாங்க சார். ரெடிங்க சார்? ஒன்று சார். ரெடி ரைட்
யாராவது ஸ்பீட் பண்ணுங்க.
பத்திரிகை நண்பர்கள் அனைவருக்கும் மறுபடியும் என்னோட தாழ்மையான நன்றி உங்கள் நேரத்தை இங்கே எங்களுக்காக செலவழித்ததுக்கு. இப்போ ஒட்டகப்பால் இல்லாதனால தான் மக்கள் பயன்படுத்தாமல் இருக்காங்க. நாங்கள் நிறையா டாக்டர்ஸையோ இல்லை ஆட்டிசம் பேஷண்ட்ஸு அவங்களெல்லாம் பார்க்க போகும்போது அவங்க எல்லாருமே வந்து அவங்கள்ட்ட வந்து ஒரு சின்ன ஒரு ரெசிஸ்டன்ஸ் இருக்குது. அவங்கள்ட்ட எங்கள்கிட்ட கொண்டு போய் ரீச் பண்ண முடியாமல் இருந்தது. அதுக்கு வந்து பார்த்திங்கன்னா அவங்களுக்கு இது உண்மையான ஒட்டகப்பாலா நாங்கள் எப்படி நம்புறது அப்படிங்கிற கேள்விகளை எத்தனையோ இருந்துச்சு. அதுக்கு மாற்றாக தான் இன்றைக்கி நாங்கள் ஒட்டகத்தையே கொண்டு வந்திருக்கோம். நீங்கள் வேணும்னா வந்து நேர்லேயே பார்க்கலாம் ஒட்டகங்கிறத. அந்த ஒட்டகம் வந்து வேப்பந்தலை சாப்பிட்டு தான் பால் கொடுக்குதுங்கிறத நீங்கள் நேரடியாக பார்க்க முடியும். அந்த இதுக்கு அது சாப்பிடக்கூடியது எல்லாமே வந்து பார்த்திங்கன்னா நம்ம மாட்டுக்கு போடுற மாதிரி வைக்கோலோ இல்லை தட்டு அப்படிலாம் கிடையாது. இது முழுக்க முழுக்க சாப்பிட்றது எல்லாமே வந்து பார்த்திங்கன்னா ஒரு வறட்சியில் வளரக்கூடிய செடிகள். அந்த செடி வந்து பார்த்திங்கன்னா தனக்குள்ள சத்துக்களை நிறையா உள்ளடக்கி வச்சுருக்கோம். இப்போ நம்ம கத்தாழைன்னு சொல்கிறோம். அந்த கத்தாழை வந்து பார்த்திங்கன்னா இலையே கிடையாது. என்ன வெயில் இருந்தாலும் சப்பாத்தி களி இதெல்லாமே பார்த்திங்கன்னா நிற்கும். அந்த மாதிரி சத்து உள்ளதை தான் அது அதிகமாக சாப்பிடும். நாம் போய் சாதாரண மாடு சாப்பிட்ற மாதிரி உள்ள இந்த டெல்லி கிராஸு புல்லெல்லாம் கொடுத்தோம்னா ஒட்டகம் சாப்பிடாது. அது விரும்பி சாப்பிடக்கூடிய பொருட்களே வந்து மூலிகை தான். அந்த மூலிகையை சாப்பிட்டு நமக்கு கொடுக்கக்கூடிய பால் வந்து பார்த்திங்கன்னா அவ்வளோ நல்ல வருது. இது கிட்டத்தட்ட தாய்ப்பாலுக்கு நிகரானதுங்கிற மாதிரி அவங்க பழக்கத்தில் வந்து வச்சுருக்காங்க ராஜஸ்தான்லாம். அவங்க வந்து நம்ம எப்படி ஜல்லிக்கட்டு மாடுக்கு நம்ம சொல்கிறோமோ அந்த மாதிரி வந்து ராஜஸ்தானில் வந்து ஒட்டகங்கிறது அவங்களுக்கு ஒரு உயிர் மாதிரி. ஒட்டகத்தை விட்டு கொடுக்க மாட்டாங்க. அதனால தான் இன்றைக்கி 2015 வந்து அதை தன்னுடைய மாநில விலங்காக அறிவித்து அதை கொல்லக்கூடாது அப்படின்னு சட்டம்லாம் நிறைவேற்றி வச்சுருக்காங்க. இது அறியாமையினால நம்ம இன்னும் பயன்படுத்தாமல் இருக்கோமோ வழிய அது வந்து ரொம்ப ரொம்ப நல்ல ஒரு பொருள். அதை மக்களை சென்றடையணும் அப்படிங்கிற நோக்கத்தில் நாங்கள் கொண்டு வந்திருக்கோம். இது என்னடா தனிப்பட்ட ஒரு பாதிப்புன்னு கூட சொல்லலாம். எனக்கு சுகர் வந்துச்சு அப்படின்னு நினச்சோம். இன்றைக்கி அந்த சுகர் வந்தங்காட்டி தான் ஒட்டகப்பாலை பற்றி நான் தெரிஞ்சு ஆராய்ச்சி பண்ணி கண்டுபிடிச்சோம். அதை இன்றைக்கி மக்களுக்கு சென்றடையறதுக்கு கொண்டு போய் கொடுத்துருக்கோம். இதுக்கு வந்து எனக்கு உங்களுடைய மேலான ஆதரவை இன்னும் நாங்கள் எதிர்பார்க்கிறோம். மக்களுக்கு ஒரு விழிப்புணர்வு அடைகிறதுக்கு நன்றி. இப்போது அடுத்து வந்து பார்த்திங்கன்னா நம்ம அங்குஷம் இன்ஜினியரிங்கோட அங்குஷம் ஃபுட்ஸுக்கும் என்ஆர்சிசின்னு சொல்லக்கூடிய நேஷ்னல் ரிசர்ச் சென்டர் ஃபார் கவுன்சில் அவங்களோட நம்ம வந்து எம்ஓயு ஒரு புரிந்துணர்வு ஒப்பந்தம் வந்து கையெழுத்திடுது. இது மூலிமா வந்து பார்த்திங்கன்னா நம்ம கேமல் இங்கே ப்ரொமோஷனுக்கு அவங்களுடைய நமக்கு சப்போர்ட் இருக்கும். எப்படி நம்ம கேமலை ப்ரீடிங் பண்ணுறது, எப்படி அதை ப்ரொமோட் பண்ணணும், அதை எப்படி டேக்கர் பார்த்துக்கணும் அப்படிங்கிற பல உதவிகளை வந்து அவங்க என்ஆர்சிசி மூலிமா நமக்கு நடக்க போகுது. வடக்கு இருக்கக்கூடிய ஒட்டகத்தை தெற்கு கொண்டு வந்து சேர்க்கறதுக்கு அவங்களுடைய பங்களிப்பு பெருமையாக தேவைப்படுது.
उसके तरफ से विटनेस कोई है वो आप कर दो ना, नहीं कर दो। स्टैम्प तो नहीं है वहाँ से, स्टैम्प की भेजो। नहीं दो चाहिए पर हमें इसका नाम चाहिए मैडम अपना ना नाम पूरा लिख देते हैं इसमें ना नहीं you write your name and then no you write it in English and in this also write your name. Yes, sign it. And write your name on it. In this ये आपका मैडम का आप भी बाबा राम जी के
Thank you so much, all the dignitaries and to the press people here. And we are glad to inform that lunch is being arranged, so we request you all to have lunch and get back to the next session. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. Hope the lunch will not deter us to give a proper understanding and shape what we are trying to talk about. Because to my apologies is that I won't be talking much about camel and the camel milk. Very brief, I will be trying to work upon it. Because I will draw my inspirations from what I was doing earlier and what I have now got into. Of course, I'll just give a brief history of what the organization and what we have been doing, and I think that will give us some insights in terms of what Ankusam Foods and particularly Mr. Manichandan, and you are doing an extraordinary work. How we have to fashion it, structure it, something that we need to all deliberate upon. So, of course, this is the organization from where the Ankusam Foods has actually been facilitated to get the camels out here in this particular part of the southern India, and which in itself is a very important agenda, because never ever in this particular part of the country, as many of our speakers have said earlier, you have seen a camel ecosystem here. The first picture which you are seeing is actually the recognition of Hanumanji was saying about kissing camels. I will put it that there is a swimming camel also. And very shortly, and if everything permits and everything goes on well, I think we can have 1 or 2 swimming camels also here in the interest of the people out here. So that's the breed recognition which was offered, and that's the photograph which is there, and you might see some of the community members, those who actually own it, and they are known as the Jat community. So community has a very good association as far as any civil society organization is concerned, and what Dr. Ilse and Hanumanji was talking about. Next, here on this side, you will see something of interest in terms of business interest, that the camels out here decorated well, and there is some kind of a camel race which is going on, and that's the kind of a regular phenomena which happens in the land of Kutch. And there is a Pashu Mela which is being organized every year, and which is being supported by the government also, to kind of facilitate, and which actually gives more motivation to the keepers of the camels, keepers of the local indigenous breed of other things, that is buffaloes, cows, horses. So that's kind of a thing which is there. So there's a whole lot of an ecosystem which has been generated, which is giving a lot of impetus and importance to local species out there. These kind of fields, what you are seeing out here in the third photograph, is where actually the camels graze. Next slide, please. Just a brief I'll say, and I'll try to draw inspiration from all these in what we can do out here in the context of the business interest, and also an interest which is there generated not only for the business sake, for the sake of more in terms of the biosystem services, what we call it, in the name of, in a very academic parlance. But what is being done out here is very splendid. So there we are talking about organizing the pastoral communities, because these are the camels which are actually owned, managed, and they are the keepers of it. And there is a storyline which Mr. Hanumanji has already shared. So it goes around from one place to the other. Several communities have been engaged with. They have been migrating, they have been roaming around. But organizing is something for the sake of mainstreaming. Mainstreaming because the identity is missing. There is no count. There is no effort by the system out here in terms of giving them livelihoods, the necessary support system, and that's the kind of work that we are already doing here. Strengthening their livelihoods is of course important. Breeds are very important because they are the owners of very important breeds, which has, and why I am saying are owners of important breeds, because wherever they come from, whether it is Rajasthan, whether it is particular different parts of Rajasthan, or these camels are actually accentuated and they have developed that kind of a system within to value the vulnerability of every agroclimatic zone, wherever they are, and whatever they feed upon, wherever they live, wherever they go around. In fact, that's the kind of value. So they actually value the vulnerability of this, whatever there is on the geography difficulties, but they will definitely be trying to accentuate and then adapt themselves to the local surroundings. So the breeds are very important because each of them carry definite kind of characteristic features, and depending on that, we have had a lot of technical sessions where Dr. Agarwal and Dr. Ace also elaborated. They feed upon various kind of resources, and it's somewhere around 37, 38 species that they actually feed upon. And so we also talk about improvement of access to pastures, because the access to pastures means they feed upon the forest resources. Their access to those locations are important, and as you all know that there are several rights, several conservation acts and all. So these are things which have to be actually focused upon, and that's in the context of where we are working. Here in this context, I would recommend and I would always offer a few line of suggestions that in order to bring it into this particular geography, camel or for that matter goats or for that matter sheep or horses, to the places wherever we have the one effort which has been made by Ankusam Food. The effort has to be more in terms of looking at how can we leave them alone in order to help them adapt to the local surroundings. Whatever species, whatever composition that is available, they will be able to identify it and they will be able to feed on it. And that will have a bearing on the milk quality, that will have a bearing on their disease resistance and the susceptibility and all those kind of things, whatever we can say. So improvement of access to pastures is something because they have to be let loose, they have to be on their own. Healthcare is also very important because Dr. Mane was discussing, and she had one instance in her own family where there were issues of the milk quality which has got an impact on the human health. And any of these efforts, whatever we are making, has to be properly supported by some certain kind of tests, certain kind of facilities, and regular intervals so that we don't get an impact of it. So such a system within whatever business proposition that we have will always be important, and that will be quite critical for the success of this particular enterprise. Outreach is something which is important, and social media does work on its own, but what we have been also doing in the past is to take all the stories of camel or the goats or the horses, all those kind of whatever animals which are being bred by the communities in different set of pastoral communities, I would say. We take it along to different parts of the country. The first, Living Lightly, is the name of the outreach which we have been doing, and the first of it was held in 2016 at Delhi, followed by one in Ahmedabad in 2017. 2018 we had the third one. Then subsequently it was not possible, and I think we have now got into a virtual kind of mode of doing it just because of the COVID situations and all. But having said that, I think it is important that Mr. Manikandan also takes into cognizance the school children, the local communities out here who can be brought to such forums, because I think the situation out here is more in terms of interactions, more in terms of communications. So beyond the social media, we will need to bank upon such kind of outreach, such kind of interface with the communities at large, where we can tell them the importance, where we can show them that what exactly are the characteristic features of it, and whatever kind of ownership that we can draw upon, that will be very, very important. Now, what is next step in terms of looking at this whole thing is that we'll try to look at. Next slide, please. Okay, this can be, you can cross over. These are some of these publications which I'll definitely share, and I think that we are where Pastoral Times and all, about the camel and ecosystem and all those things, even the horses and all that, you can always show it to the people. This is a few timelines in terms of camel. 2008 onwards, the mobilization took place, and there was a Camel Breeders Association which was formed. There was a survey carried out in the state of Gujarat for the different set of pastoral breeds. The National Bureau of Animal Genetic Resources, they have recognized the Arai camel as a breed in 2015. Next please. Then FSSAI certification actually followed in 2016, and important to mention here is that this particular event was a curtain raiser, I would say, for looking forward to various issues which are there in the camel milk ecosystem and the kind of mainstreaming which we actually want. And a lot of things emerged out of it. I'll speak on it later. The first time the Amul as a unit, they started the procurement in 2017. Of course, there were a lot of efforts in terms of putting the bulk milk chillers and all this kind of thing. So, how to look at the timeline, how to look at the shelf life, how to look at even not disturbing the camel keeping methodology which is being followed by the communities, and rather follow the same set of routes and the grazing routes whichever they practice, and bring the BMCs at their doorsteps is something what Amul has been able to do, particularly when they have gone into the milk procurement system. Next please. Just a small little break in between. I'll show you, I think many of you might have seen it also. A small YouTube film which is related to the, not to the kissing camel, but the swimming camel. This is a BBC film, and I will tell you a small little story behind it. Please. No, last one. Just click the link there. Control and click.
Through my online store alone, we sold over $500,000 worth of spices. That's so crazy.
ખારાયું કચ્છમાં એક જે પાણીમાં દરિયાના પાણીમાં તરી જાય અને દરિયાના વિસ્તારમાં ખાડીઓ પાર કરીને ચરિયાણ માટે જાય છે. ખાસ ચરિયાણ છે એ ચરિયાણ માટે કચ્છના અમારા જે દરિયાઈ વિસ્તારમાં જે બેટો આવેલા છે એમાં દૂર સુધી ચરિયાણમાં ચરિયાણ કરવા જવું પડે છે.
लेकिन ये जो कंपनी वाले हैं और बहुत आगे बढ़ रहा है, लेकिन उनको सीमा चाहिए और हमारी सीमा थी और उनको भी सीमा होना चाहिए. ये सीमा से आगे बढ़ रहे हैं तो उनको बार बार सरकार के पास रिक्वेस्ट करते हैं, लेकिन वो सुनते नहीं.
तकलीफ बहुत खाने की भैया पीछे जगह खाने की इनमें भारी में भारी ऐसा तकलीफ लाट की कोई लाट में और सर्दी में पट गए.
ચાલુ છે જેમાં સરકારનો સહયોગ હશે તો હાલ 1800 લોકો છે જેમ કચ્છની અંદર ખારેય કચ્છી ઊંટ માટે જેમ ફાર્મ છે એવી રીતે ખારેય માટે જો ફાર્મ બનાવવામાં આવશે એના કન્ઝર્વેશન માટે પ્રોગ્રામો ચલાવવામાં આવશે તો ખારેયને આપણા આવનારી પેઢી પણ જોઈ શકશે અને માલધારીઓને આજીવિકા પણ થઈ શકશે.
Yeah, this was a very short film, and this was actually beyond what the regular camels that we have in mind. There is a swimming camel also. So the kissing, swimming, land, everything, all those camels together can make a lot of difference out here and can be a good retreat for the small little kids also. This is just a small little history of it, just because you might graduate to this stage later, and then there is a possibility, and it is always possible that the things can be sold in the market. However, what you are doing makes a lot of sense, just because the pasteurization process does lead to certain kind of loss in the characteristics of the milk. Next. This is a chocolate also, which you can also prepare here at your own farm, and that's something which is also a potential. Next. More of a susceptibility to the diseases which may not be because here the veterinary seeking a veterinary services for these camels will be also a difficult task. So better to get into all these practices, which will be very, very important for you in the long run. Next please. This is the kind of an exercise which we have been doing, and which we are looking at. What is the kind of the palatability of the grass, what's the distance, what's the water availability, and all those kind of things. So each of these locations, whichever direction. So identify an area where the camel can be let loose, and that is where you can actually serve the purpose. Next. This is actually a study which was done as a market research by Data Bridge. And I would request that if you can just look at the names of these continents, rather North America, Europe, Asia Pacific, South America, Middle East and Africa. What they are saying that the $0.96 billion by 2028 is something what is the camel milk cheese market is the potential. And it's a report which says very clearly that there is a potential, but at the same time there is no mention about what is available in India, and although our country's name also doesn't figure into it. Itne sare camels hone ke bawajood bhi we don't have any name into the whole list. I can share with you and say that soft copy is available with you. So what is important is that there is a scope within which we have to gain an access to certain outreach, and there is a possibility. There were certain problems in terms of getting the rennet, which has been possible. There were coagulation issues, Ilse will elaborate more on it. We have tried to encounter all this, but it is possible, and we can always get into it. The best part of it is that the people are developing the palatability and the taste for the camel milk cheese, and it has a lot of potential. Next please. These are the three kinds of cheese that we have come up with. One is Chevre, the other one is Feta, the other one is Halloumi. Now, there are two locations. One is, of course, in Gujarat, the other one is in Rajasthan. I don't have the pictures of Gujarat, but I'll show you the pictures. The next slide, please. This is a place in Rajasthan where this camel milk cheese is being manufactured. It's the Baju, where this location is. They do it for cow milk also, but the camel milk cheese is being manufactured. And the one which you are seeing here is the aged cheese of camel, and which is a halloumi cheese, and it was actually supplied to the Bikaner house, and they are demanding. Earlier there was a demand of 8 kilos. Today, when I was asking for these photographs, because I got it a few hours back, they said that the demand has increased to 20 kilos per week. So, and there is a chain of hotels that they are supplying to. So, Mr. Manikandan, it has a lot of potential, and it does add value, and there are technologies which are not very high capital intensive, I would say. So, one can get into it. What is important is that we need to identify where to look at, and I will talk a bit about the business part later. Next. Since yesterday, after our visit, the initial visit to the farm, I got a very good glimpse of a very unique business model which has been established. And I wanted to give it a definition, and that's the reason why I thought that let me just try to scribble something which is normally not found in a commercial business model. Because it's not a commercial model as such, it's a very different kind of a model. This business model of the Ankusam food is actually a description of the whole system. System in terms of all the natural, physical, human capital, everything, all kinds of the system what is existing out here at the local is a combination of the product and services which are being delivered. Because you see the coconut also after due processing, some flowers coming out and then people are being served. There is a services which is being offered for the horse riding. There is a service which is likely to be offered for several other things in the future. And we are trying to position ourselves in a particular way. That is branding, and branding not in the classical commercial sense, but in the branding more in terms of the social outreach that we have, and not just in terms of the tangible business outputs out of it. It is providing an experience to the customers that is building a particular set of strong relationship with them. So this is the kind of a business model which is more tuned towards an interface between the rural and the urban context. What is now the task is to look at how to work upon such kind of a business model which will be viable in itself. Next slide please. Now we are talking about certain rurality of this initiative. The rurality means what is more rural, what is more, looking at which people of the urban locations, the children those who are being raised in the urban locations, they might not be aware about it. So the physical environment is important, the socio-economic environment is important, the economic investment is also important. All three have been combined together. And the perception, the exercising options to explore and realizing the economic opportunity in every quite bit of a sense. When you interact with Mr. Manikandan, every set of a step what is being followed has a particular bearing on the economic opportunity what is existing out there, and it actually feeds into the larger context of the employment, social power and the personal satisfaction at the end of the day. So this is the context within which we are talking about it. How do we wriggle out of what a normal commercial enterprise does talk about, but what is so exclusive about this particular initiative is important. Next slide, please. See, I did speak about a few of the things pertaining to the camel upkeep as such, in terms of health, in terms of the grazing resources, and Dr. Sawal has definitely given you that kind of a support of the cattle, also the feed blocks which he has procured all the way from there. So these are some of the precursors of the risk which is likely to be associated with the upkeep of such kind of a system. So kindly look at what are the different definite set of risks which are associated with it. Do look at what is the capex, the capital investments what we are trying to build into it, and the operational expenses which is there for each of these, which does involve the human component largely in terms of its management, the resources, and also the multiple objectives with which we can talk about it. The bio-based value chain which you are trying to establish is very important, because you keep rabbit, you keep fishes, you keep a lot of other things. How does it add value into the food, goes into the adding value to the food value chain at the end of the day, is looking at how are you trying to replace the existing system, upgrade it in such a manner. There are a lot of thoughts which are coming in that how do you replace it, how do you upgrade it, how do you circulate it within as an information, and then what is the collaboration which you are trying to look at. Believe me, the kind of collaboration which we have now established with NRCC, with the media and journalists, the health professionals, scientists and all the experts like Dr. Isa and all, it does add a lot of value. But also at the end of the day, the collaboration is more in terms of the market outreach, which will be the beginning point for you to put across a message to the audience at large, and which will bring in different kinds of enthusiasm and motivation for others to get into it. People can get into a franchising model, people can get into certain kind of, at least starting on a pilot basis and looking at how well you can give them certain kind of a support. So there are collaboration possibilities which are there. For each of these words, that is replacement, upgradation, circulation and collaboration, I think there has to be definite plans in place with an eye on the operational expenses, which is the OPEX, which is very, very important. And I would request, since we have already started out with this particular business, normally in the institutions, people sit out there to look at a business plan which is not existing, or business is not existing but to prepare a business plan. But since we have already experimented it, you know where the investments are likely to be. You can come up with a very hardcore, with nuts and bolts, a very close to reality, a business plan which will help you arrive at what is the viability, what is the break-even, what are the different other investments one can do. And that will also ease out your pressures of seeking money, maybe capital expenses from outside to facilitate such kind of a change. I think those are the things which are very, very important for us to all learn about it. I would only say at this stage, and I will end by it, is you have made a difference, your family has made a difference, you have a very good motivation to do this work, but at the same time, every nook and corner of the society is actually resting on several youths which are there in the society. So whether they are the change makers as a vehicles where they can come over to look at the place, whether they are harboring this particular system and taking it somewhere else, not in a very commercial sense, but with a sense of what the feeling which you have come up with. That is the social, the economic, plus also the bio-based value chain kind of a thing. And that is what will take it through and take it too far. I'll stop here. I might have several things to say, but to be very brief, today will be important. So thanks a lot for this, and thanks for inviting all of us to this particular platform. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Manoj, for explaining us about the business model and also about the swimming camels. So I hope from next year onwards we can conduct an Olympic for camels a lot. They can swim, they can hop, they can jump, so that we can conduct a competition in Olympic for camels a lot. Alright, so having said that, may I call Dr. R.K. Saval, Joint Director of Sachivan NGO. Endarchi.
I'll give my introduction myself.
That was the earlier aspect when
when such carriers were not there. But to your knowledge, I would say that now that this consumption of pigeon feed is improving very sharply. Why? Because people have become more interested in keeping companions like pigeon. Especially the demand is coming from South India, from Hyderabad. There are so many places. You can just put it on the net and you get such things people are interested in. Because they need companions. So, and these animals or birds, they have very good potential for making some, dent into the ecosystem aspect. So, you can see the parrot, and we, fortunately, in this part of India also, we have respect for the animal. And we definitely do puja of cattle. Yesterday also we were discussing that in South India also, or in the Western India, Eastern India, we actually, what happens is that the animals, especially the cattle, we do puja for them, and they are being taken into the streets. So it is having a very economic potential for this ecotourism aspect. We can see the camels also. Sorry, not camels, but the elephants. They have also very good value. You are having elephants here. I would say that these animals, people are now looking for occasions where they can use it. Even I used elephant for my daughter's marriage. So I got it for 1 lakh rupees, for 2 hours. From Jaipur, it was brought to Bikaner, and the couple, they ride it on this elephant back, and people were taking photographs for a very long time. It was a memory, and still I memorize those events which I clipped at that time. So tourism is actually such aspect wherein the people, they have their memories for a very long time. So we are also using this monkey for dance or for many other prints which people can use. We are also using horses for some dance shows, for racing shows, even you are also using it for ride. So next slide, please. So these are the major aspects, where we can use the animals for tourism purposes. It is not that you have to always use them for some other purpose which is very commercial. Like, say, it is good that we are using milk, but apart from milk or any other such thing, we can also use these animals for our own amusements. So we can use the pottery products. We can use because this tiles, wall tiles, I got it from the photograph. I got it from Bhuj. We went to the collector's office in Bhuj, and there this was there. So I just clicked that photograph for myself. So we can have different kind of statues, or you can put it at your place. Next slide, please. So you can see this racing is quite popular. Even horse racing is popular in southern India, and the camel racing is all becoming popular in the western India also. But it is a popular sport in the Gulf countries, and people are earning a lot of money out of it. So we are also experimenting at our own farm, and last time also we conducted one race, and this time, maybe in the month of March, there will be International Camel Festival, and we have already prepared a track for the racing. So such kind of events, they actually help to bring so many people together. Last time when we conducted the camel race, more than 2,000 visitors were there. For your knowledge, we are getting around 45,000 visitors at National Research Center on Camel. So this is because of the potential in tourism. Milk is also playing a role. Milk is definitely playing a very good role. But there is a potential that because people come to ride, people come to see what the animal is doing, how can we use this animal? Next slide, please. See, we have 4 breeds at our own farm. So they have different kind of colorations or
potential. And this is the second aspect, where I will, actually I gave a pamphlet to your madam, where we have prepared one pamphlet. Why? Because the animal has a lot of adaptations, which have evolved during his own journey, and those adaptations have made it as a store of medicine. As a store of medicine. Why I am telling? Because, see, if you take its urine, if in the literature there is maybe less reports are there, but the urine is being used for many things. People in the Gulf countries, they wash their face, they don't apply so many creams or something like this, because it helps to heal their skins, facial skin. Because their popular videos are put on the YouTube also. The fecal pellets, they are dry. Why? Because the animal has an adaptation to actually extract water from it. If the fecal pellet dries up in the summer, you can, after 2 hours, you can play tennis with it. It is so hard. But the second aspect is that it has very good fiber in it. And this animal, it is so efficient that in a 500 kg animal requires about 7 to 8 kgs of fodder. Proteinous fodder. And the fiber digestion is so high that you can use the fecal pellet for making very good manure. Fecal pellet for making very good manure. We have tried it. We have tried making vermi compost with this, and the results have been very good when we use it for kitchen garden. So this is one of the aspects wherein you can use it as adjunct to the tourism also. And we are teaching actually what are the adaptations. See, how is the arch-shaped body helps in keeping this animal under very harsh conditions. Because there is a sternal recumbency, and the animals, you can see how the animal sits on the ground. So it will never allow the whole body to touch the ground. So that is the best adaptation. It has been developed for the summers, because they are in Jaisalmer or Bikaner, it is a hyper-arid zone. The temperatures sometimes cross beyond 50 degrees. They are not reported, but they are crossed beyond 50 degrees. And this animal survives under sun. So this is the best adaptation. So such things can be taught to the students. The long neck or the split bifid muzzle, that has adaptation. It can actually browse on these plants or the trees which are very high. So it doesn't have any comparison with the animals which are grazing on the ground. So, but this animal can survive on both the conditions. If it gets onto the bushes, it can feed on the bushes. If it has access to trees, it can feed on the trees. If it has access to the ground, it can feed on the ground itself. So the best adaptation, you can see the adaptation, because having a long neck, so that is the best adaptation. Then you can see, actually I have given this pamphlet, maybe you can see the ears, the ears they are plugged in such a way that the number of hair is very high in ears as well as the nostrils, as well as the eyelids. So whenever there is a thunderstorm or a sandstorm, the eyelids will close and no sand goes into the eyes. So such kind of adaptations, they are there, and these can be taught to the young generation, how the animal is evolved and what are the basic things, how this animal could be useful for the society. Next please. You can do Ushtrasana, आप सभी जानते हैं. We got this name from camel. So you can see a person doing Ushtrasana on the Ush. On the Ush means doing on the camel. So this is also very good. And a joint mix of calves, when we see in Manikandan's arena, you will find sometimes your calves, they play among each other. People come to see it. That is the beauty of it. See, this is ecotourism. It is not that you go and see and come back that we are seeing four camels. It is not that. But people come to see, go to
So that is ecotourism aspect. Then we have racing aspect. Next please. See, these are the many things which you can prepare. See, now actually I am showing you only those things where camel is there in the coffee. So it will look nice. So, but these are the other items which have been prepared which are prepared with camel bones, and they are very popular. So, but this one I would like to say that this part, the art actually is a product of our Bikaner, and it is very old art, wherein the camel leather actually it is put it into water for some time. You can prepare any product on any article with mud. जैसे आप घर में you can prepare any, say like you can make a animal, small animal with mud, and then put that leather on it. Because we have seen it practically being done at the person's place. This then this animal is dried, and after some time you tap it, and the mud will come out. And only the shell of that leather will remain. And on this leather, you can make any design. And then after that, the gold work also done on it. And this single piece costs you 25,000. 25,000. Usta art actually is a very old art. And people, the tourists coming to Bikaner, actually they enjoy purchasing this. There are two, three kind of things. One is kind of small earthen pots. Also, they are also sold in small earthen pots, because they are actually preparing earthen pots in design of earthen pots also, and in lampshades also. That some people are coming for to enjoy milk, and most of the people you may be having purse in your pocket. This purse actually is made from camel leather. This purse is made from camel leather because 90 to 95% of the leather which is used for purses is of camel. Why? Because it is thin, but it is sturdy, it is soft, and this leather has a very great property that even the rats they don't can't bite it. So earlier people in Rajasthan, they used to store the food items in this. They used to store ghee in this pots made of camel leather. So this is the beauty of the camel leather itself also. Next please. So people come to enjoy a ride on this. I have actually put up by a small poem on it. And the camel is actually pride of India, so you would, most of the time, you would have seen in 26-day parade, the Republic Day parade. So this I'll tell you about how the camel actually, how people enjoy for the ride. Like sentence I will again I just because this poem has been written by me. Won't be child. Actually, the thing is that why people come to ride on the camel? So this is very important. You can see Registan ke घोड़े ऊबड़ खबड़ रास्ते. घोड़े means the sand dune. ठीक है ना? ऊँट ही है पहुँचा दे उस छोर. I'll actually put it from my own voice so that. रेगिस्तान के घोड़े एक्चुअली because this was in my mobile and तो शायद मुझे देखने में प्रॉब्लम हो रही है, ठीक है ना? रेगिस्तान के घोड़े ऊबड़ खाबड़ रास्ते ऊँट ही है पहुँचा दे अपने रास्ते. In actually in sand dunes, sometimes you are lost, but the camel will bring you back. ठीक है? लहराती चाल जैसे थिरकते मोर. ऊँट की चाल देखिए आप, how the camel actually walks. तो लहराती चाल जैसे थिरकते मोर पगों का दामन पहुंचा दे उस छोर. धोरों का नजारा पल भर में बना दे बंजारा. घोड़े सैंड पल
Muskurade Dolda, Muskurade Dolda. See, once you sit on the camel and ride on it, you will forget everything. You will enjoy only the ride of it. So this is the most important aspect of it. So actually, because people out here probably they don't have access to the kind of things we can do with camel. But I actually have prepared one pamphlet also on Paryavaran. So this is the one where actually we use we have been popularizing the popular.
I think you can get some songs, Rajasthani songs, and you can play here.
Actually, we had it in Jaisalmer, sir. When we went to Jaisalmer in the desert, we had that Ghana, we had dance, everything. We can replicate it here.
But this has actually, the camel has been, and still it is being a pride of India. I was just discussing with the group last time, last day also. But because this, the camel tattoo show, Australia, some of the, because every time our dignitary, the President or Prime Minister, he calls on some important guest on the 26th day parade. So this tattoo show was actually shown to those guests twice. And this actually attracts a lot of attention. Why? Because the way the camel dances, the way the camel, you can see here how the camel has been decorated. So we are having three competitions at Bikaner also. One is the camel decoration competition. Another is the camel dancing competition. Another is the fur cutting competition. Next slide. I'll show you some part of it. See, this is decoration. See, in this case, where the camels are decorated to such a high value that people who come here, they actually get price of 25,000-20,000 rupees. So people have interest to decorate their camels so well. One of the ladies, she comes from Japan every year, and she actually does the other work. Maybe I'll show you. Next slide, please. See, this is the fur cutting aspect of it. So they will create designs on the whole body, and that lady, she every time she used to fight with me because I am the judge in that competition since last 47-8 years. So आपने हमको प्राइज नहीं दिया because many times she got first prize, but many times she also got second prize. But what happens is that when we prepare this animal, it takes about 10 days, 8 to 10 days. And during this part, sometimes what happens is that the animal, maybe due to because the animal is tied up and it is being kept, the animal is made to sit for a few hours daily. So sometimes what happens is that the animal becomes weak at the end. So, but it requires some time. Sometimes they get less time because that breeding comes for maybe a week's time or something like this. So the animal looks a bit thinner or weak. So that most of the time she gets second prize. But otherwise, if the animal is hale and hearty, and then you prepare a design on it, the design will come up like anything. You can really feel the difference. कि एक healthy camel में और एक जो कम medium camel है उसके अंदर जो अपन डिजाइन बनाते हैं तो क्या difference आता है? So this is one of the art. Then is the dancing one. Was people at one point of time we used to get only 5-6 entries for dancing, but now we are getting around 25-30 entries every time. Well, it becomes really difficult for us to give the marks. Because sometimes we are giving 9 out of 10, 9.5 out of 10, 9.6 out of 10. So they actually make the animals, because this camel is such an animal that you can make him learn anything. So that is the best advantage. So this aspect you can actually harness it for the aspect of tourism. And people, now you can see the interpretation. So people have such kind of things, they are available. And they are being used for decorating the art. People, madam, they are using the original silver articles for making, for
decorating it. So this is the beauty of it. And those people, they get very good prices. Next one. See, this because we are also dealing with the animals in the Leh and Ladakh. So there also we actually move there and try to see their aspect. Because at one point of time, there were hardly about 50 camels were left. And now, of course, still we have about 300 animals. And the beauty is that the owners, they don't get time. You cannot put your animal for hire every day. They have divided it in such a way, lot by lottery system, that 75 animals on one day and 75 animals on the other day. So, for 4 months, these animals, they are so busy doing this riding work, riding, that the owners, they get sufficient money out of it for the whole year. For making, this entrepreneurship is such that if you work for those 4 months, you get livelihood for another 12 months. Next please. So these are the camel, I will come to some of the writing part of it. So we can prepare different kind of products like belts, hats, whips, and many things. And products from camel bone, they are different because I have shown you the photographs. Because camel bone is very soft, and you can prepare very intricate products from the bone. So this gives you a possibility to have a business on such kind of aspects. Next please. Next please. See, the other part is that how by decorating animals you can make livelihood. So it is very important to have such kind of activity here also. Why? Because as I told you that we had an elephant, people hire camels for these marriage ceremonies. So this is part of the program. And what happened, it is very common that the bride comes on the horse, but 2 camels, they are put on the front to escort the whole procession. So this is the important aspect wherein the camels are being used, and now it is becoming very popular in our part that to use camels for the marriage ceremonies. The camel race competition is there, the camel polo competition is there. We saw it was very interesting. We saw it in Jaisalmer. They were there with long sticks, and with those long sticks, with that volleyball, they were playing on the ground. And like hockey, you can use this for, they come and play. Simply, as they are playing hockey with a long stick, but only thing is that you are on a camel, and then you have a very long stick to play with that ball. So this is, and it doesn't require much space. The ground is just 50 meters by 50 meters. So that competition can be held. And camel dance is also becoming it is getting popular. It is very popular in the wedding ceremonies. Sometimes you will see that they have called a dancer. She dances on the camel. She doesn't dance on the ground. She dances on the camel itself. And this is becoming very popular in Sikar, Churu, many areas. Yeah. Next please. See, there are festivals of major interest which are becoming popular. One is the Camel Festival at Bikaner. So this is an international festival, and it is attracting crowds to the extent of about 3 lakhs. We are getting around 3 to 4 lakh people, tourists annually on account of this. The Camel Festival. Then another is Desert Festival at Jaisalmer. This is also for 4 to 5 days. Our festival is also for 2 to 3 days. And one or two events we are actually conducting at our own place, the camel racing competition. But this time, of course, we are conducting the whole 3 events. So it will be on second Saturday of March. So you are all invited to come to our place and enjoy that
So they used to have animals selling or purchase of all kind of animals in the Pushkar fair. Then Ankusam is there in Gujarat. Mishra is here. It is also becoming very popular. So people have interest to spend time, and they take out weeks time to come go there, enjoy with their kids. The movement on camels, everything, because they can have ride from different kind of aspects. Maybe direct riding, maybe anything. Maybe in a car riding or something like that. Also. Next please. Now ceremonial occasions where we can use camels for the Republic Day parade. It is being used very I think to my knowledge, I think camels are coming since last about 50 years. This they are being used because they are part of our border security force. So they are used. So use of camels in weddings are becoming popular. And folk songs or mythological stories related to camels, they are also very popular. You can see Dhola Maru, because the people actually they have they post they put such kind of things on the scenes on the hotels at homes also. Next please. So now what are the major challenges for doing this work? One is the training for animal related work. This is more important. Why? Because at our place maybe we are having those people who actually rear them. But maybe at this place you will require some special people to train yourself or train a person who is handling the camels. Then availability of materials for camel decoration, then available arrangement for feed, water and safety. And the difficulties in adopting camel related tourism is that knowledge of animal husbandry is very important. Why? Because at what time the animal is rut, or what time the animal requires, or is having a disease condition, or how to look for it, how to get it treated. Then knowledge about the business related tips. Then camels are majorly being used in winter season. So the rest of the part goes free. Say like for 7-8 months. At that time, what will you do with the male camel? Then ability to handle the this also is still very important, wherein you need a proficiency in work and a richness of work, winning the confidence of tourists is also very important. Then to know about the business related tips, then dexterity in work and the richness of work, how you present at your own place the activity which you want. Next please. Tourism in India is growing up very fast. Camel-related tourism also is also growing very fast. Why? Because at one point of time, the camels were not seen on the sea beaches. But now, of course, camels are seen on most of the sea beaches now. And this part actually, because it should become popular, wherein people are going for seeing the ancient places. Why? Because, see, if I take out time for 2 days or 3 days and I go to see an old temple or a monument, I have that. And I think we can promote tourism at those places. Why? Because there it is not that you are going to see only one thing, but you can have 2-3 aspects. So, such kind of animal tourism can be promoted. And different kind of startups can come up on such kind of things. Maybe related to milk, maybe prevent motion of the cultural heritage. Next please. See, remember the ship of deserts that get curiosity in the general public. And it's really an experience of camel ride. It is very, actually this is the one thing due to which I think most of the people who go to Jaisalmer, maybe they would experience it. कि वहाँ पे जो है some place है wherein the camel riding is done, and more than 1100 camels are there. 1100 camels are there on the dome on those dunes. People just to go to enjoy the ride. So this is really. So there are prospects wherein we can harness it for both our economic benefits and entrepreneurial aspects. Next please. So what we have done is that we are going from back to the major aspect. Actually, we are now shifting from back to milk, but we should not forget
the package was very important. So thank you. This is the mother's country. I think I was able to generate some interest in tourism.
Actually, in Rajasthan, we have a lot of song of the camel, but most of camel breeder, when they sitting morning, they making chai, and that morning time they make bhajan, Lord Shiva or many other things. But when they going to the grazing with camels, then they have time, they have some song about camel.